Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for December 4th, 2018. We have 3 items on the closed session agenda. Madam Clerk.
Item 1, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with county designated labor negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization, Service Employees International Union.
Any public comments on this item?
Good morning. Yes, I do have some public comments on this item. I'd like to remind you that the SEIU is just a labor union, and they really don't have too much political clout in Calaveras County. I believe that Mike Calaveras was supported by them and they endorsed him. Yet he didn't win, and I'm very sorry about that, by the way. So, in a lot of the unions that you see that donate to the supervisors races, unless they donate huge amounts of money, like when they got Supervisor Walensky at one time elected, Walensky spent about $25 per vote to become Calaveras County Supervisor. So unless there's a huge amount of money involved in it, there's no need to give them too much heat as a political organization, and so you just have to be fair with them and not kowtow to them when it comes to things like this. These are the holidays, by the way, and holiday has a religious holy day meeting, and they were the original. The clergy was the original labor negotiator for the world, or as that was the only day that serfs could get off were holy days and Sunday. So remember that in this very festive time of the year.
Madam Clerk, item number 2.
Item 2, public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.
Any public comments?
Yes, it's really too bad that Tim resigned when he did. We could have had one of these for him, and basically. When it comes to a dismissal or a situation where you have to penalize somebody, he was due for it. I made a complaint regarding him that he didn't follow government process when it came to a refund that I had requested. When there's no process in place, it has to go to the Board of Supervisors, and he did not do that. And I noticed that another person, Alberts, did the same thing, where he came to the county and asked for a dismissal of funds or something along those lines, and they said, well, this form has not been approved by county council. Well, at that point, county council can't actually make a determination. She can't get involved in it because it has to go through process. He could have made that request on toilet paper, 2-ply. But you can't instigate a process after the fact. If there's no process in place, it has to go to the Board of Supervisors. You can't say, wait, we're going to get a process for you. It just doesn't work that way. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, item number 3.
Public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title, County Administrative Officer.
Good morning. Again, the CAO position, I'm actually kind of sorry to see Tim go. I thought I had a few more jibes to give the guy. But I'll get fresh meat now. And, regardless of who you put in, I don't have that much confidence in you folks when it comes to appointing county officials. The best thing you could do was, and I'm going to say this, but knowing that you're going to do the complete opposite, because at a certain point, development ceases, and usually when people start drinking. I put Manuel Lopez back as interim CAO. I can talk to the man. I listen to him. It's not a one-way street there. It's actually where I can actually have a conversation with him, and the majority of that conversation is me listening because I learn from him. And it's important that we hire people that are smarter than us. I always do. I do not, hiring somebody that I can intimidate, hiring somebody that is feeble-minded, or not you, Tim, or is easily a pushover, it does me no good. It doesn't put money in my pocket. It doesn't better my situation in life. And it's the same for the county. It's not going to better the people of Calaveras County's lot in life by having somebody that you can always just tell what to do. You have to have somebody that can work, that is strong, and that can handle each of you, not only individually, but fairly and equally. Because sometimes we have supervisors that go in and start pushing, the appointed heads around. And I don't want to see that in a CAO this time. I want a CAO that's fair with you folks. That there's no underhanded games going on. I just can't stand that when that happens. It erodes the confidence that the public has in you as a board. So somebody strong, and don't go with Brent again. Brent's a nice guy, but it's time to move on. Very nice man, but time to move on. Or any of the other former CAOs. I just don't. Unless it was Tom Mitchell, who I really liked as a CAO until he got forced out by Steve Walensky and his gang. Thank you.
Any other public comments? If none, CAO Butch, you have a comment you want to make before we go to closed session?
Yes, I do. Thank you. In recognizing the item number 3 on the agenda today, I just wanted to read into the record the letter that I had sent to the board on November 21st. The letter reads, "Dear Chairman Toffanelli and members of the board, it is with mixed emotion that I announce that I have taken a position with Tulare County. Deciding to leave Calaveras was a very difficult decision to make, but I feel that this opportunity would afford me the ability to spend a little more time with my children when they are still at a critical point in their development. I want to extend my sincere appreciation to the board for their support over these last couple of years. Making the decision to leave was most assuredly one of the most difficult I've made, but also I feel it is the right one. I am confident that the changes that I have brought to the county administrative office and the reorganization of functions will continue to serve Calaveras County well. I also feel that I am leaving having accomplished or laid a strong foundation for many of the projects that I initially set out to do. The county now has a strong momentum to finish the public infrastructure rebuilding after the Butte fire and 2017 winter storms. The county's budgeting and purchasing process have been vastly improved and will continue to evolve. Integrated waste program and historical notice of violations and compliance issues are being completely resolved, and the capital improvement plans have been updated to reflect current project needs. It is with some sadness that I will not be able to see all projects through to completion, but I am confident in staff to complete them. I anticipate my final day with the county to be January 1st, though I will be around that week should I need to remain around to help in the transition. I again want to thank the board for their support. Sincerely, Timothy Lutz.
So does that mean you'll be working January 1st?
Do you need me to work January 1st?
I don't know yet. We'll find out on December 31st.
Okay.
All right. With that being said, we will go to closed session. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for December 4th, 2018. Please rise if you can for the pledge. Madam Clerk, can you please lead us?
Let us begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, can you please read out from the closed sessions, please?
Report of today's closed sessions. Item 1, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with County Designated Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins regarding employee organization Service Employees International Union. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, public employee discipline, dismissal, release pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. There was no reportable action taken. Item 3, public employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1, title County Administrative Officer. On a motion by Supervisor Garamendi and a second by Supervisor Clapp, the board previously received and accepts the letter of resignation from Timothy Lutz. The board directed staff to negotiate an interim contract with Manuel Lopez. The contract and a resolution will come forward on the December 18th meeting for consideration to assist in the transition period.
Thank you.
Oh, I have one more.
You have one more.
I have one more announcement, sorry. The meeting of the Board of Supervisors The meeting of the Board of Supervisors scheduled for Tuesday, December 11th, 2018 has been canceled.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is announcements.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Any board member have an announcement? Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
As everyone is aware of the passing of the 41st president, I would like to ask for a moment of silence and respect.
We'll hold a moment of silence for former President Bush.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other announcements by board members? Any staff members? Any announcements? Sheriff.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today?
Very well, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Since
You
you're
always
here.
ask us to speak up, so I'm asking you to speak
Yes,
up.
and now that you're here, we're doing very well.
There you go, good. I just want to let the public know and the board know what the Sheriff's Office did and what the search and rescue program for Calaveras County did for the car fire victims. We ended up sending 7 deputies up there. They were up there for 4 days assisting with the evacuations. Search and rescue, we sent 15 personnel up there. They were up there for 8 days, and they put in 817 hours while they were there. Calaveras County total number of persons we sent up there was 22, and the total hours was 1,264 hours. So I just want to say that this little county did a lot for those folks, and I appreciate my folks and the search and rescue people. I just want to say thank you to them.
On behalf of the board, I really thank you and your crew for going up there and doing what you did.
Absolutely.
HR Director Judy Hawkins.
Good morning, Chair, Board members, Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. And I would like to let our county employees and the public know that on Saturday, President Trump announced Wednesday, December 5th, a National Day of Mourning. And many counties within our state is recognizing that day as a holiday. And so pursuant to our government code, the county, Calaveras County will be recognizing December 5th as a holiday. And so our offices will be closed.
Thank you
All right.
for that announcement.
Thank you.
Any other staff member announcements? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item, general public comments. Madam Clerk.
Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move forward with the next item of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Carl?
Thank you very much. Good morning to the Board of Supervisors and the County of Calaveras. I came here to get a burn permit today, $12, well spent. It just happened to be up tomorrow, so I decided, well, let's kill two birds with one stone, but there's no violence going to take place here today. I think it's very, very telling that recently the recent outcome of the potential litigation regarding PG&E and the settlement you reached with the mediation of only $25 million. Now, if you had moved on this a year earlier, if you had actually paid attention to what was going on in this county, you were looking at between 60 and 80 million dollars that potentially you could have gotten. You would have had a more favorable outcome. Usually, when you go into mediation, you can expect half of what you asked for. 169 million dollars. 169 million dollars. Half of that, I believe, was punitive damages not to do this again. The Board of Supervisors and County Council, if you took that away and just cut it in half, say, you're still talking about, usually you would get $40 million, but you came back to us. You came back to us with $20 million after attorneys. $20 million. Well, the way I see it, you owe us about $47 million. This board. You owe us in services $47 million. I'd say that's a little over $8 million per supervisor. I hold you personally responsible. I want you guys to give a check, each of you a check for over $8 million. Can you do that? No? You can't do that, can you? You're not good supervisors at all. And that's not a good county council for not bringing it up. I had to bring it up earlier this year for you guys to take action. You should have done this last year. Should have filed last year. I'm very upset with you folks. And with that, I'd like to wish you a happy holidays to you and your family. And I'm gonna leave here.
Hi, I'm Carnegie Hall. I live in Murphys, California, and I attend Avery Middle School. I have an award here for Deputy Joel Burnett. May you please come up? This award is for outstanding service and for contribution to the Calaveras County Law Enforcement Lip Sync Challenge. Congratulations. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eden England, and I go to Avery Middle School, and I live in Arnold. I have an award here for Corporal Nicole Riviere. Will you please come up? This award is presented to Corporal Nicole Riviere for directing the Calaveras County Lip Sync Competition 2018. Thank you.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
Hi, my name is Alden Salazar, and I live in Arnold, and I attend Avery Middle School. I'm here to present an award to Sheriff Rick DiBasilio. Will he please come up? The award says, Outstanding Service Award presented to Sheriff Rick DiBasilio in appreciation for his contribution to the Calaveras County Law Enforcement Lip Sync Challenge 2018.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we have one more.
This award is for Ed Lark. Will he please come up?
Pale imitation of Ed today. He's on vacation.
This award says Outstanding Service Award presented to Ed Lark, producer and videographer for the Outstanding Calaveras County Law Enforcement Lip Sync Challenge Video 2018.
All right. Yeah, you can go check. Hold on a second. And I'm not going to count this as part of the 30-minute public comment period because it was an award ceremony. So we'll expand that time to allow people to speak. But she wants to get a photo op. Come on up. Come on all the way up here. Come on forward, right up here.
Mr. Chair.
Deal. Good job.
Mr. Chair, seeing this is not public comment, I'd like to further recognize someone who's very instrumental in making this event happen, and that's Alice Montgomery. She's in our gallery right now. For those folks who don't know, she actually she actually put together this whole project on the dance routines and things with the children. Also did it for our Christmas fair, so I think a hand of applause for her.
Yeah, Alice. Come on, Alice. Come on, Alice. Come over here by it. Don't get behind the flowers, though. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, cheese. 1, 2, 3, cheese. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Good job. All right, back to public comment.
Okay. All right. My name is Alan Hagedorn. I'm from Vallecito. I'd like to discuss a little bit, or at least update the board on the fact that we have some issues in process, I believe, at the assessor's office. And what I'm talking about is that in the default position for an assessment evaluation of property normally in every county I've ever been in is the last sales price. And it should be pretty simple to just update the county records and the appraisal based on that last sale of the property. And I believe it says something about being, if it's a distressed sale, that's a little different. You maybe have to do something else. But normal sales you should just update the rolls. Well, in my particular case, it'll be over 2 years before I actually get the first appraisal of the property. And in my case, it happened to go the wrong way, and at least from my standpoint, not from your standpoint, because it's revenue that you're not getting. But in my particular case, I will be paying approximately $13,000 more than the property value is worth, because I'll be paying 2 years at the old rate before they get around to appraising the property. So I would think this is something that could be easily fixed by the Board of Supervisors to direct the Calaveras County Assessor to use the sale price of the properties as the new valuation. And they could do that in 5 minutes. I've gone through many appeals. I'm sure that takes time. I understand they're behind, and this could really help them out. Thank you.
Good morning, folks. Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I have 2 issues I'd like to present today, maybe with some assistance from you. Several years ago, at an IHSS meeting, it was brought to our attention that we're a health-oriented committee, and there are people that are allergic to perfume. So we had instituted something on our agendas that said, in consideration for those with environmental sensitivities, please refrain from wearing scented products to our meetings. And we accommodated those persons that had an objection to hairspray, whatever. Recently, we're struggling with having somebody on our committee who has a very serious health condition, asthma, and is extremely sensitive to animals. 2 meetings ago, she came into our meeting room and had to leave the room and go into the halls. Fortunately, we were at the hospital. She had an asthma attack because people insist on bringing their animals, not service animals, to meetings. They're called comfort animals or companion animals or something like that. They're serving a serious threat to the health of some of our attendees. I'm asking, would it be appropriate for us to request people leave their animals at home? We could say something like, in consideration for people with serious health conditions, please refrain from bringing your pets to our meetings. I'm asking you this because I've been searching for at least 2 years to find out how we can avoid subjecting this person to another asthma attack. My next issue is, I hope you all had a nice holiday with family and friends. I'd like to remind you that there are hundreds, maybe thousands of children who have been separated from their families thanks to the Trump administration. They're not able to spend time, the holidays, with their family. They're in institutions similar to orphanages and are suffering at this point. Some of them are being sexually abused by other kids in the shelters. I read that one staff person has been removed because of sexual abuse. So as we're all enjoying the holidays with our family, friends, loved ones, I'd like us all to remember there are people that are deprived.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good morning. I'd like to make a request of the chair that you extend an invitation to the sheriff and to the head of the building department to be here for agenda number 19. I know that the sheriff is already here, and that's his item. But if you could do that, we might have some questions. I just want to give you a heads up and ask if that's possible. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good morning, board. Hope you all had a good Thanksgiving. And I'd just like to acknowledge Tim Lutz leaving and resigning to return to Tulare. It's been quite the salary you've collected since you've been in your position, and I believe you have a significant amount of work left to do, or maybe it's not. I understand, as far as all my discussions with department heads, that the Nexus study has been delivered to your desk. So I would ask that, taking into consideration how much we have all paid for you to work on our behalf, that you finish your work before you leave and deliver the Nexus study. There's, as we all know, $940,000 that the county is still holding on to and not willing to return for the job that has been completed. The program's over, and it's time that you release that study before you leave out the back door. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good morning, George Fry. Jim, I'm really sad that you're leaving. Really sad. You know, we try to get young people here who are really sharp and you came along, and you've done a hell of a job in the short period of time you've been here. So I, for one, am really sad about that. We're not keeping young people here, and it's a sad commentary. I know you have your reasons for why you're leaving, but I suspect I know what they are. This has been a tumultuous year for this Board of Supervisors. I hope come January we have a new chair who has their act together. But once again, via con Dios.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comments. We'll move on to the consent agenda. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Is there any board member who wishes to remove a consent agenda item?
Yes, Chair, number 6 and number 11.
Number 6 and number 11. Any other board member? Any staff member? Any member of the public?
Number 7, number 8, number 11.
11's already been pulled. All right, looking for a motion for the remainder.
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Clapp,
Second.
second by Supervisor Mills. Any further comments? If not, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. I will give you one moment.
Item 6 is from Environmental Health to authorize the submittal of a local government waste tire enforcement grant application to Cal Recycle for fiscal year 2018-19 through fiscal year 2022 through 2023. Authorize the board chair to sign and execute annual grant agreements, and authorize the Environmental Health Director to sign subsequent grant amendments and requests for payment.
Supervisor Mills, you pulled this item?
Yes, Chair. The only point that I would like to make is that since the recycling coordinator is being run through integrated waste and Brian Moss, would it not in the future make better sense to move this grant application and the processing for it over to the integrated waste portion of our administrative department, current administrative department? It just seems to make better sense there than it would be right now sitting in environmental health. Not that we need to make that decision today, but I would like to be sure that we have that conversation in the future discussions.
Yeah, I think that's actually a good question to go in and explore. Sometimes there are certain funds from the state level that flow specifically toward an environmental management agency, so it might not be possible to do that.
I did the exploration, and yes, it is
but
possible.
it would be worth, exploring for sure.
Thank you.
Any other public comments on this item? If not, I'll bring it to the board.
With this, I will move the item.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. Any other comments? If not, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Item number 7, Madam Clerk.
Item 7 is from Public Health Services to authorize the board chair to sign grant agreement number 16-10132, Amendment 1, with the California Department of Public Health for the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, Education, SNAP, for the period of October 1, 2016 through September 30th, 2019, to increase grant funding in the amount of $34,043 for a total amount of $415,800 $841 in revenue for the grant item.
Ms. Newman, you pulled this item.
Yes, sir. I had several questions. The increase, is that coming out of the general fund or is it coming from the state? And how much of this total amount is spent on education? How much is spent on administration? And then how much is actually services? And I'm assuming these are food stamps. This is the food stamp program now. It's called SNAP.
Kristen will answer your questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. This is a revenue contract, meaning it is revenue coming in to provide nutrition education services as part of the SNAP Ed program, which is not the same thing as CalFresh, or formerly known as food stamps. It is delivered out of the Public Health Department. It is a nutrition education program. It is for our staffing and for the materials for our nutrition educators to go out into the local schools, into the communities, and they do deliver evidence-based nutrition education. The administration amount, I don't know that off of the top of my head, but it's not, the bulk of the money is for our staffing who provides those services. And I believe I answered all of Ms. Newman's questions.
Okay. Any other public comments? If not, I'll bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
A motion by Supervisor Olivera. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 8.
Public Health Services, to authorize the board chair to execute an amendment to a memorandum of understanding with Tuolumne County and Dr. Dean Kaleda for the provision of reciprocal temporary health officer coverage effective July 1, 2018, and remaining in effect until Dr. Dean Kaleda's contract with Calaveras County expires.
Ms. Newman?
Just reading this, I had some questions because it doesn't, I'm trying to understand what Tuolumne County has to do with Calaveras and Dr. Dean Kaleda. When does his contract end, and what steps are being taken to take care of this when it does end? Because to me it says a reciprocal, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Good morning, Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. This is a reciprocal contract in the terms of if Dr. Kaleda is unavailable, maybe he's out of the county or unavailable to provide health officer coverage, this is an agreement with Tuolumne County where their health officer will provide reciprocal coverage. It is a non-financial agreement. It's kind of memorializing a backup plan in the event that either one is not available. So Dr. Kaleda would provide coverage in the case of the Tuolumne County health officer not being available. This is a very, very common practice throughout the entire state. Fellow counties work with each other to provide coverage since there typically is a singular health officer, particularly in the smaller counties. Dr. Kaleda does have a contract to provide health officer coverage, and so I believe those are all of her questions.
It expires when?
He has a contract that goes through the remainder of this year, and we have had a contract with him for a number of years to provide this health officer coverage.
You mean the end of December?
Fiscal year.
Fiscal year.
Fiscal
End of
year.
June.
It is on the.
June 30th.
Okay, thank you.
Any other public comments in this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Supervisor Olivera,
I'll second that.
second by Supervisor Clapp. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We'll move on to item number 11. Madam Clerk.
Item 11 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the purchasing agent to issue a purchase order to Folsom Lake Ford in the amount of $137,200 plus applicable sales tax and fees for the acquisition of 4 Ford F-150 police responder trucks for the Sheriff's Office.
Supervisor Mills, you pulled this item.
Well, actually, I would defer to Bonnie and let her get her questions answered first, if that's okay.
Okay.
Very short and simple. Is this money coming out of the general fund, or has a grant been secured somewhere else?
Is that your question?
No, sir.
So why don't we you have questions or items you
Well,
want to speak of?
yes,
Before
I
the
think-
sheriff comes up and answers.
And I would like to just speak to the larger issue of this is a budgeted item. These are budgeted items. And so the purchasing authority, in essence, has already been created by the budget. For us to have, I would look to, again, to C.O. Lutz. Oh, okay, Bonnie's coming up. Is to develop some type of a policy where we don't have to go through this, multiple bid process, that we can simply attach or piggyback onto existing bulk purchases with other agencies, which we do with other items. But if we could simply come back in a future point and have a discussion on a policy surrounding this, so that these, what I call daily activities, don't have to come back before the board. We've already made the approvals. It's just a matter of now go forth and do. And I think that would solve a lot of the constant noise that comes through our board. If there's a reason for us to ask a question, we certainly can do that. But I would definitely like to see a more robust policy surrounding purchasing agent authorities, et cetera, in relation to the overall budget, where we've already made the approvals.
Absolutely. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bonnie Rich Administration. And I agree on many levels, Supervisor Mills. It's a common misconception, however, that, and we can address it when we approach revising the procurement ordinance, the purchasing ordinance, but it's a common misconception that just because the board approves the funding for a capital asset, there is still a procurement process that has to go forward. And simply based on our current authority limitations, that award has to be made by the governing body, i.e. this Board of Supervisors. So noted, and the purchasing ordinance is the next big project on my list. So we will definitely take that into consideration, and I appreciate your insight on that. Thank you. And one more thing, sorry. The reason, and although it's in the staff report, yes, the board did already authorize us to piggyback on state contracts for the purchase of vehicles, and we have that authority through 2020 or any extended term by the state. However, these Ford F-150 police responders are a new vehicle. The state has not competitively bid them. I have asked the sheriff's office to obtain 3 informal quotes. They did that. Folsom Lake Ford came in the lowest. That's why this item is before you today.
And to your point is that it's because of those authority limits.
Correct.
It's creating our issue here, and that's why I would like to have a more complete discussion on those, on the process by which we hit those limits, and then what do we do from that point.
We will be back after the first of the year to work with the board on those matters.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Captain Ballard, you had additional information you speak?
No, I was just going to back her up if she needed it.
And you got the gun to do it.
I didn't hear a call for backup. It was, Bonnie, your question is where the money was coming from, general fund or not, and I'll leave that up to CAO. It was budgeted in their budget, though, so CAO.
Yeah, for clarity, these funds are general funded purchases. They were budgeted for, so the differentiation would be it doesn't change the draw from contingency or anything else. This was submitted with the Sheriff Department's budget that was approved by the board. So they approved the fixed asset purchase. This is basically now going to that next step, which is actually getting the bids done and receiving authorization to actually make the purchase.
Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions. Captain Ballard, could I have you address the podium, please? Now, these pickups, are they, I understand this might be the trend in law enforcement now due to cost?
I think so, and specifically for like rural areas and us, plus the police responder being a vehicle, off-road, those types of things is what we need.
And these are four-wheel drive?
Yes, they are.
$37,400 each?
Correct. And
It's a heck of a price.
yeah, and like Bonnie was saying, this, you know, they finally got approved through CHP to be pursuit rated too. So that's an important thing for us.
Very important. Are these vehicles, when we receive their actual items, they have to be outfitted, correct?
Correct.
All right. So basically, and not in exact numbers, what's the cost savings between a police SUV type vehicle that we've been purchasing, or even the sedans we've been purchasing? What's the cost savings on going to these pickups?
Well, I just went through getting two the Interceptors too, and it's about equivalent. You know, going through Folsom doing the bid or off the state contract, it's pretty good. It's far superior than shopping off the parking lot.
So it's a good deal.
Very good deal.
What's the
yes.
expected life of these pickups?
If I'm driving it, or if somebody else is driving it?
Well, I know your driving record, Eddie, so.
Well, I'm hoping they're going to last a long time. But, you know, the year of service of a vehicle, you know, should always be determined, obviously, through our Sheriff's Department policy at a certain amount of miles.
I understand.
You know, and I think we're trying to stick around 150,000 miles. So about 150,000 miles.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are these V8s?
Sheriff, are they V8s?
No, they're V6.
V6s.
Looking at the specs, they are the V6s.
Okay. Supervisor Mills?
Just additionally, and Sheriff, I know we talked about the idea of the pickups early last year, of saying that might be an alternative. I just want it clearly understood that we need to be rotating these vehicles in as a bulk of 4 or 5 every year. We're not going to be purchasing a large amount of vehicles and have them grow old all together at the same time. We have to be in a constant replacement mode. So hopefully the staff is looking at that and understands that fleet dynamic. And you may even find that the tires that they're coming with that vehicle might not be appropriate for the kind of terrain that you're going to work in. So you'll be able to see that as you move along.
Well, that's one of the new assignments that the sheriff tasked me with, and hopefully we'll be doing 5 in, 5 out every year. That's the safest thing to do for our fleet, or maybe more than that. And hopefully we'll catch up. We did start that process many, many years ago, but then the recession came and we haven't bought any cars for 5 years. So hopefully we'll do 5 in and 5 out and get back to where we need to be.
Which brings me to my comment. 4 vehicles, 5 districts.
It doesn't snow in Valley Springs.
Thank you, Captain Ballard. So, that being said,
I will move the item, Chair.
Supervisor Mills with a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes by 0. We will take a 10-minute break before we go into the regular agenda. All right, we're back from break. We're moving on to the regular agenda, item number 17. Madam Clerk.
Item 17 is from Human Services to receive a presentation from the Calaveras County Homeless Task Force.
Kristen? Hello. This is your presentation? Well, I think there's several of you going. There you go. You're up. You were on. Now you're off.
Sorry.
You're on now.
Okay, apologies.
You're on. You're off. You're on. You're off.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Kristen Brinks, Health and Human Services. But today I sit up here as a member of the Calaveras County Homeless Task Force, and before you, bringing an update to your board and to the community on the work that the task force has been doing over the course of the last handful of months. So a little bit of background on the Calaveras County Homeless Task Force. The purpose is to share existing resources, as well as identify and develop solutions and resources for gaps that are identified community-wide. We've been meeting since about May 1st, 2018. At the beginning, we met approximately every month and a half, but since the governor's budget was released with a number of one-time initiatives and one-time fundings to address homelessness statewide in all counties, we've been meeting monthly with and have recently formed a subcommittee to work through kind of the more logistics and nitty-gritty details. So what causes homelessness? Homelessness is a very complex, multifaceted issue that is affected by loss of employment, mental, physical, or mental illness, drugs or alcohol, lack of affordable housing, a multitude of options. And what we're trying to communicate to everyone is that it does not affect just one single entity. It is not just in Health and Human Services. It is not just in law enforcement. It is a community-wide issue that communities are responsible for addressing. And so, again, this is the reason why the task force itself is composed of such a diverse membership. So as you can see, these are the members that are regularly invited to the task force. I actually have a number of colleagues here today, so if you're an active member of, or even a little less active, of the Calaveras County Homeless Task Force, can you please stand up just so everybody can see? Got quite a few people here today. So business communities, city partners, county administrative offices, the county departments. We have department heads from planning and building and sheriff's, probation, et cetera, employment training providers, healthcare, Office of Education, and even the U.S. Forest Service. Okay, so going into the Calaveras County data, we're going to hear from Jerry and Denise.
Good morning, Jerry Cadat from Sierra Hope and Angels Camp, and I also I'm part of the Continuum of Care, which oversees the point-in-time count. This particular screen needs a little bit of an explanation. You'll notice the difference between the 2016 and the 2017 point-in-time count. So every continuum of care in the United States is required by HUD to conduct a one-night point-in-time count of homeless people in their area on one night during the last 10 days of January. Not the best time to do it, but we're kind of stuck with that. So 2016 was the year after the Butte fire. And so there was a lot of concern in Calaveras County for people who'd been displaced and become homeless. And so there was a lot of attention placed on it. We had a much higher level of involvement from volunteers, county agencies, nonprofit organizations to conduct the count that year. And our point-in-time count is only as good as our ability to mobilize volunteers to conduct it. I would say that the 2016 point-in-time count is probably the most accurate count we've ever done in Calaveras County. And so of those 221 people, 210 were unsheltered, which means they were living on the street or in cars, etc. We counted another 157 who were couch surfing, staying with friends, temporarily staying with friends or family, sleeping on somebody's couch. We're not allowed to report couch surfing numbers to HUD. They don't consider that homeless, but we all know that that's how a lot of people find shelter, particularly with the lack of services. In 2017, we had a very poor mobilization effort that year, unfortunately. And so with the help of the task force, we're really stepping that up this year, and I think we're going to have a good count again this year. The importance of the point-in-time count is that a lot of the funding that's coming down, particularly some of the state funding that has just come down, is based on the numbers that we report to HUD. So it's really important that we get as accurate a count as possible, do the best job we can. As far as the available beds, you see 23 emergency shelter beds. I want to point out that those beds belong to the Resource Connections Crisis Center emergency shelter. So those beds are all dedicated to victims of domestic violence and are not available to the general homeless population. Of the 13 transitional housing beds that are shown there, 5 of them were part of a Resource Connection transitional housing program for victims of domestic violence. Those beds are no longer available. That they discontinued that program. I think the funding was gone for that. The other 8 beds were also for a program that funding is no longer available for. That was also operated by the Resource Connection, and that was for people in the AB 109 program, 8 transitional housing beds. So those are no longer available. This data numbers, I think, were from 2016 or 17, but they're no longer available. I believe that behavioral health has some new transitional housing programs, some beds. Do you know?
Yes, we have 5 as part of the supportive housing component that is known as the Vision House for those that are severely mentally ill and engaged in their recovery plans.
Okay.
Excuse me, I have a question.
Yes.
How many beds are allocated for our veterans?
So, because all of these beds right now are dedicated to victims of domestic violence, we don't have any funded beds that in Calaveras County that are dedicated to veterans. Other counties have VASH vouchers, which are Veterans Affairs Supportive Housing vouchers. We have some projects that we're hoping to develop in the coming months that may bring some VASH vouchers to Calaveras County as well.
Do we have any participation by Veteran Affairs on a federal level for your programs?
Veterans Affairs is a partner with HUD in many of the homeless programs. We have some local agencies working primarily in Amador County, and Denise is with ATCA, and they have a apartment building there that is dedicated to veterans. So we're hoping to bring some of that to Calaveras as well.
Okay. How many units do we have in that apartment building? Do we know?
12 units or 31 beds. It's the previous Health and Human Services building in Amador County.
Thank you. Oh, no, sorry.
Good morning, Denise Cloward. I work for the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. I am the housing director, and for 2018, I'm also the lead chairman for the Central Sierra Continuum of Care. As Ms. Brinks was explaining, the homeless task force here in Calaveras County that's been moving strongly in the last 6 months are also part of the Central Sierra Continuum of Care. Calaveras County Homeless Task Force works in collaboration with the COC, or we are CA 526. Our region consists of Amador, Calaveras, Mariposa, and Tuolumne counties. We meet monthly to promote community-wide commitment to the goal of ending homelessness. It provides funding for efforts by nonprofit providers, state, local governments to quickly rehouse homeless individuals and families to minimize trauma and dislocation, promotes access to effective utilization in mainstream programs, and optimizes self-sufficiency among individuals and families experiencing homelessness. So, just briefly, in 95, HUD, or Housing and Urban Development, began to require communities to submit a single application for McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Grants in order to streamline the funding application process and encourage coordination of housing service providers on a local level and promote the development of the Continuum of Cares, or COCs. By requiring communities to submit single applications, HUD hoped to encourage a more structural and strategic approach to both housing and providing services to homeless people. Our COC, we work on a community-wide strategic plan. We are recognized by HUD and HCD, or Housing Community Development, as this particular region, so we are all together in the funding source, if you will, as a balance of state.
Good morning. I'm Lee Kimball with Behavioral Health. And in all these new grants coming out, we were looking to kind of go deep and wide to get more information. So I'm going to try to breathe some life into the numbers that are right here. So you can see in 2016, the U.S. Census data reports $53,502 as the median income. Now that's kind of just dry, but you have to think of HUD defines affordable housing as 30% of your income, no more than that, to be affordable. At this rate, and that includes your utilities, that would be $1,070 that you could afford for your rent or your mortgage and tax. 31% of our community live below $35,000, and at that rate, $745, including your utilities, is what rent would be. You can see here that the U.S. Census shows that females are still making less than men by considerable for the median income, and we have 12% in 2016 living below the federal poverty. The median priced house in 2016 would take that $75,000 to be able to afford it at an affordable rate at $30,000. And that's coming, all that data is coming from the U.S. Census, as well as the American Community Survey that the U.S. Census data provides. So we went looking to find out, well, how deep is the problem? How many people? Where can we get some information? Who are the homeless? And using what the county collects itself on Medi-Cal and CalWorks, those that declared themselves as homeless in 12 months from September 2017 to September 2018, we had 992, but there was some duplication because it was counting 2 services. There were 819 unduplicated individuals, and you can see the demographics there. The story that's not told in those demographics is the percentage of increase. So once I got the data for the first year, I went back 5 years, and there's been 35% increase in homelessness self-reporting in these 2 programs. That made me ask, what's caused that? And when I went and asked folks, a lot of folks said the Butte Fire. The Butte Fire year was a 10% increase, but the 2 years prior to that had 12 and 14%. This last year only had 8% increase. And so I wanted to know what was causing that, so we were digging a little bit deeper. If you look at what HUD reported to Congress in 2017, California has the worst homelessness population in the United States. We have 47% above the national average for our housing costs and only 18% above national average for our income. And that's all over California. But we have an extra level of problem in Calaveras, and that's our proximity to the Bay Area and the Silicon Valley. So even though they make more money there, their housing also is more. And if you look at what the affordable housing rate there is, they really can't afford housing. So guess what? Commutable distance to the Central Valley, where it was affordable. And in 2016 went from 904 average for a 2-bedroom apartment to 1,600 because of this exodus. Then guess what happens to the folks who are Central Valley? They look at what's commutable, and they're going to be coming into our area because we're now within, if they make more money, they can afford the housing here. There was another really surprising thing I discovered, and that's that there are a little over 17,000, almost 18,000 households in the county with 28,104 housing units. So that doesn't say that there's a problem. But 32% of those houses are not available for rent or purchase. And we do have some beautiful areas for vacation homes and second homes. But going back to those 2 years with the greatest increase in homelessness, they were the 2 years that the housing market started to rebound in the Bay Area, but Calaveras' housing market had not started to rebound. So there are probably investment properties being held not for rent and not for purchase until the housing market here rebounds, and then people will make some money off of it. The Butte Fire contributed 10%, and this last year we had 8% increase in homelessness. Just so that you have an idea for fair market value on what causes people not being able to find their own housing, the fair market value for a 2-bedroom home is, hold on a second, in the Bay Area is $3,121 and $1,600 in the Central Valley. So that should give you an idea of where we're at on that. Any questions?
Continuing that conversation, I know, Kristen, you and I had talked about this, about the 32% number, and that it does have to be accounted for, the number of second homes that are in the Arnold area as well as in Copperopolis. It's a substantial number of that percentage is taken up with those second homes. We can see that in the voter rolls. We can see that in many other pieces, that those people don't live there. They just have a second home.
Yes, and by all means, the Homeless Task Force isn't necessarily saying that, we aren't saying that's an issue. We're just making the data and our hypotheses available to your board to kind of grapple with that. This is not, you can't just look at a piece of data and say, oh, we're, like Lee was pointing out earlier, there's sufficient units. There's more to this story, and that's what we're trying to bring before your board today, is to just kind of mull over what some of those potential issues and strategies for addressing them could be.
Well, as Lee pointed out, this is not unique to Calaveras County. So, of course, the state legislature has gotten involved and has mandated that every city and county in the state have a housing element. It's a mandated part of the general plan, and it's intended to look at housing policy throughout the state and each individual region, and look at ways to provide for affordable housing for all ranges of income levels in the county. Our current housing element was adopted in 2015. We're in the process of updating it. We're required by state law to update it every 5 years, so we're in the process of expect to be done next summer. There are a number of goals and policies that address how the broad range of housing, but specifically homelessness. And again, they're intended to look at means that the county can help in reducing barriers to housing, and to look at programs that we can do to assist in providing affordability. This has been a huge challenge for the state. Many of the Bay Area jurisdictions, are really grappling with this, and the state legislature keeps trying to come up with new schemes and new measures to address it. I'm not sure that government regulation is the way to go, but that seems to be the way the legislature is making these more and more of a mandate. But regardless of that, we are trying to address the homelessness through several different policies and programs. Up on the screen, there are a couple of, you can go back to the other slide, specific goals that try to address the housing needs. And among those goals are, to accommodate the housing requirements, and specifically those with special needs. And homelessness is considered a special need housing category. The next one. So we have the goals, we have the policies, and there are a number of policies. I won't, there's just some of the examples of them that we're looking at. And so we look at all the different programs that are available. As Chris had mentioned, there are state and federally funded programs that we work with. We're very active in trying to pursue as much resources as we can to provide that housing. But then we need to look at what can we do locally. Have we zoned sufficient land available for housing? Do we provide for shelters for people? We recently amended our zoning code to allow for emergency shelters, which we didn't have any capability of previously. And so there's a number of things that the county can do, and that we really need to be considering that as we look at different land use policies and decisions that we make. Again, many of these things are run by various grant programs or ongoing programs that we look at. We just need to make sure that we have the resources to keep up with the financial resources that are available, that if we don't apply for those, we lose out, and then we end up having to foot the bill ourselves. So one of the things that we have, implementation measure 87A, is looking at trying to develop a housing coordinator. We don't have that position right now. It's something that Chris and I are looking at, trying to figure out a way to fund that in the future. But having someone who's dedicated to looking at different housing programs to make sure that the reporting is done appropriately and looking at opportunities is something that we are trying to consider in the future. But another important policy that we have is to distribute affordable housing throughout the county. We don't want to have all of the resources put in one location because homelessness and other housing shortages are not just limited to one community. It's a county-wide concern, and so we really need to look at how do we provide housing options throughout the county. And so those just some of the issues that we're dealing with. Chris and I are working very closely together to try to facilitate a variety of different programs, but we've been looking at a couple of projects, and Chris will be talking more about this further on in this presentation about specific locations and development of homeless shelters throughout the county.
Okay, so talking about funding opportunities, shortly after the Homeless Task Force began meeting, and as you know through the California State Association of Counties, the governor and the legislature provided several new funding opportunities for counties to assist in addressing homelessness for the state fiscal year 2018-19. All of these were one-time fundings, and so as counties, we're all trying to identify ways that we can utilize these one-time fundings to do two things. One, address issues that we have and develop additional solutions, but then also prove our effectiveness with these funding to the state legislature so that they can understand that these have been a wise investment of funds. So given this task force had been up and kind of the relationships had been developing, what we decided is to utilize that venue as a way to, since it's got such a comprehensive group of individuals and it's got really good representation, that would be the venue that we utilize to develop proposals for these funding opportunities for Calaveras County. So just taking you through, there are a number, they're going to see 3 pages of different types of one-time funding sources that have come down and a couple of other existing ones. They're all at different levels of implementation. They all have different target populations. They all have different rules and requirements, and they all have different state agencies administering them. So many of us in the counties are trying to navigate right now how we understand each one of those and how we develop proposals that are responsive. And on top of that, the state's also trying to navigate how they administer these. And so it is a complex issue, but we're all doing our very best to move through it. So taking you through, and as I mentioned, some of these don't have any state direction out yet at all. So we have the Homeless Youth Exploitation Program, Housing for Helping California, CalWorks Housing Support Program. This is a program that has been in existence for a couple of years. Health and Human Services works in partnership with ATCA, Amateur Tuolumne Community Action Agency, to administer housing support program, which is permanent supportive housing, as well as some emergency assistance for families who are recipients of CalWorks. We've had this program operational for a few years now. CalWorks Homeless Assistance Program, for families who receive CalWorks, the homelessness amount per day rose from 65 to 85. That is a time-limited amount, but it was another program and policy decision that was made to address homelessness. Homeless Mentally Ill Outreach and Treatment Program, that just came out. We did put in our application, we were awarded that funding, but there hasn't been too much direction yet in what we're going to propose for that program. We're likely going to mobilize it to be supportive of these bigger projects you're going to be seeing in just a moment. The California Emergency Solutions and Housing Program, RCOC is doing that one. Domestic Violence Assistance Program, the Resource Connection is doing that one. HEAP, which I'm going to go in great detail about in just a moment. No Place Like Home, which we're also going to go in great detail about. And then the Hope Safe program was a one-time pilot. Calaveras County, we did attempt to go after that one, but when we saw the regulations, we weren't able. It was a matching program, and it had a very short turnaround, and it really wasn't the best use of our time in terms of pursuing that program because it was a Health and Human Services specific one. So we decided not to pursue that, and that was $15 million over 3 years. So not a huge amount of resources available either. We turned our attention because we do have max capacity for administering all of this. This was one we decided not to pursue. Okay, so right around the time the Homeless Task Force was beginning and really becoming active, the Homeless Emergency Assistance Aid Program came out, or HEAP. Not to be confused with the other HEAP program, which I know many community members take part in, which is the funding for propane and other types of things if someone's in an emergency. Has the same acronym, but it's not that. It's the Homeless Emergency Aid Program. And this was monies that was specifically purposed for addressing emergency housing needs, rapid rehousing, emergency sheltering, kind of that emergency need along the spectrum of services. So applications have to go through the community continuum of care. So about $1.2 million was made available amongst our continuum. Remember, our continuum has 4 counties with a $61,000 requirement for youth set aside. So Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa each developed our own proposals to address our individualized needs, which led Calaveras to develop a proposal at about $300,000. So our task force grappled with what did we want to do, what did we want to propose, and we considered in terms of our sheltering needs, knowing we don't have a shelter in this community. So we talked about a centralized shelter, and then we also looked at other jurisdictions. There were a number of different models that are going on statewide and nationwide, and we were really looking at this. We looked at this scattered site emergency housing proposal. And ultimately, after a couple of meetings, we decided that what would be best for our community was to propose a scattered site emergency shelter program. So our proposal is to build a minimum of 9 mobile emergency shelters in 3 different locations with local faith-based and community-based partners. So the concept of this is that we would work with a community-based partner who was well ingrained in that particular community and or a faith-based partner, put these mobile emergency shelters that would be small and kind of the tiny home concept, but they do have the ability to be moved. We're working with kind of some construction specs about how we can do that. And they could be the eyes and the ears and the support in the community. And then we, as Health and Human Services, could be the centralized coordinator of determining, okay, this person can go here and this person can go here. So it's done in a collaboration, but somebody has to own the intake process, right? And so Health and Human Services would be the ones who would be doing that part of it. So we've been working with community partners. Blue Mountain Coalition for Youth and Families up in West Point has been a very fabulous partner, as has Oak Circle Community Church in Arnold. And we are in discussions with Angels Camp, with the Fairgrounds and community, but that one's a little bit, we're not as far in that conversation. Again, all of this is kind of happening at once, so we're kind of going all different directions to coincide with a single proposal. But as of right now, we do have really great commitment from Blue Mountain and Oak Circle to do what I had just mentioned, which is 3 sites, 3 to 4 shelters to do this emergency sheltering there. Our concept in Calaveras is a little bit, with a sheltering program, you can serve a lot of people at kind of a minimal amount. In Calaveras, what the Homeless Task Force has really began to support is a serve less but really deep. And we would come in with very intensive case management and supportive services through behavioral health, helping individuals access benefit programs, helping them find employment, which is a huge component of Health and Human Services, which I'll speak to in just a moment, and really wrap these individuals who have been chronically homeless to be able to move them to permanency as quickly as possible. We would be in coordination with our continuum of care, of course, that is a requirement. We would coordinate with our various Homeless Task Force members. The subcommittee is really working through kind of those logistics, those really detailed pieces of information of how you do a proper intake, and we've been working and talking to all sorts of other communities who do something very similar to kind of get best practices and learn from their mistakes, in all honesty. Again, reemphasizing, we would be doing immediate connections to services, and this application is due at the end of 2018, as in December of 2018, and we at Calaveras have already submitted our budget and project proposal to the continuum of care for their single proposal to the state for HEAP. So while this concept of scattered site emergency sheltering or sheltering at all may be a new concept for Calaveras in this particular manner, the concept is not new to the county. We do have, as we had mentioned earlier, some emergency sheltering programs that we've been doing over the years. And so we are building off successes. That doesn't mean we still don't have a heck of a lot to still learn, but we do have some successes under our belt that we wanted to bring to your board to highlight. In July of 2017, Health and Human Services Behavioral Health Division did open a supportive housing component for individuals who are severely mentally ill and engaged in their recovery plans. Since then, which is just a year and some change ago, we've served 12 community members who, again, are engaged in the recovery plans, and 8 have transitioned to permanent housing with full employment. So that's a good success that we're building off of. So Susan Sells is going to come up now to speak about another initiative, No Place Like Home, which many of you are familiar with by opening your ballots this past November.
So good morning. I'm Susan Sells from Behavioral Health Services. I'm also the MHSA, or Mental Health Services Act, coordinator and analyst for HHSA. So we're real excited that we have an opportunity with funding through HCD, or Housing and Community Development in Sacramento. The funds portion of the funds are coming from, at the state level, MHSA funds that will impact our budgets across all the counties. So, but they've put together some applications for us to apply for. It's $400 million in the next year to apply for housing for people who are severely mentally ill. So, and we've been anticipating this and very excited, and it's now here. So the purpose is to acquire, design, construct, rehabilitate, or preserve permanent supportive housing for persons who are experiencing homelessness, chronic homelessness, or who are at risk of chronic homelessness and are in need of mental health services. The population served will be adults with serious mental illness or children with severe emotional disorders and their families. So there was a resolution adopted in August of 2017 with this board that gave the authority to the HHSA director, Kristen Brinks, to apply for No Place Like Home Technical Assistance Planning Grant, which we then did receive. It's a small amount, $75,000, which we are using to help us move forward with the different requirements of No Place Like Home to make it happen. And these funds, of course, are available to all California counties. So one of the requirements to apply for the competitive No Place Like Home funding for housing requires a 5-year homeless plan for each county that identifies goals, strategies, activities, both in process or to be initiated to reduce homelessness and make it non-recurring. So this was a requirement that we have moved quickly on with the help of California Institute for Behavioral Health Solutions, the acronym CIBHS, which is an agency, statewide agency that provides technical assistance to different communities. So they're helping us with this homeless plan because we had to get it done quickly. And we had thought we'd have about 6 months to put it together, but the first competitive No Place Like Home application is coming out January 30th. So we had to move fast because this was a requirement of that application. So the homeless plan is going to require, it's really important that we have good community input. So we are going to be interviewing December 13th and 14th. We're going to provide 10 focus groups here in San Andreas, from getting a voice from all sectors of the community. And it's about 90 people in all that have RSVP'd to say that they'll participate. So it's going to be a big effort. And the purpose of the plan, again, is to get the input from the community on homelessness and the issues of homelessness, but also to address the full spectrum and continuum of needs that include the homeless prevention, emergency needs, transitional supportive services, permanent supportive services, and workforce housing. So it's a big effort, and we're hoping it could be kind of a roadmap. We want to work closely with the planning department and their new housing element to make sure we're all on the same map, working together, and we are. So I think that's really important. And the first, we also, each county is receiving, and small counties a much less amount, but each county in California is receiving non-competitive funds of $500,000. What we have intend to do with that, and there'll be some resolutions coming to you on December 18th in regards to this, is we're going to ask that we use the funds as a cash match for all the applications we put together that are competitive, because we're going to be going hopefully for 4 rounds in the calendar year 2019. So we'd like to use that as our cash match leverage for all 4 applications. So to do that, we had, again, to also have a commitment letter from the board, from you all, that you'll see on December 18th, committing these funds for this purpose. To get the bigger bang for our dollar is why we're doing this. And so the first round is $400 million. And we are in partnership, this is very important, we're in partnership with the Stanislaus Housing Authority, who are going to be the owners of the housing developed and the developers helping us to make this happen. We've also used our technical assistance funds from No Place Like Home to hire or to provide funds for a grant writer who's a housing specialist through Stanislaus Housing Authority to help us make this all come together quickly. And we're looking at a lot of projects. The first round, again, is January 30th, 2019. We'll have a completed homeless plan that we will post and get printed out and make sure everyone in the community sees that will be a part of this application. Do we go into any detail with that? Okay. Big picture is we're hoping, our goal is to get 20 to 25 units of housing. I'm mixing this up, but that is our goal, is 20 to 25 houses over the series of 4 rounds of housing through No Place Like Home. And this group, Stanislaus Housing Authority, is already in the process. They've purchased property and are constructing 20 to 25 units of workforce housing in San Andreas, which is very exciting and another huge need for our community. So we anticipate that'll be done in a year.
Yes, so I just want to interrupt Susan just a moment. So this slide right here about No Place Like Home is very specific to No Place Like Home, to the severely mentally ill community, and serving that, addressing those needs. But in the full spectrum, as I'd mentioned before, we have a lot of projects going all at the same time. So we wanted to give you a slide of some other initiatives that are going on. And the Stanislaus Housing Authority has been working with the county over the past year to address additional needs. And one of the needs that we had identified was the need for workforce housing. So we're talking about that just general public who's kind of at that $800 to $1,100 range of just non-program specific, oftentimes a little bit more than qualifies for some of our programs and a little bit too low to be able to afford a home here. So we're trying to address this need with this 20 to 25 units, but it also coincides with our general housing needs that we're addressing. So sorry, Susan.
No, that's great. And then another project that we're looking to be a part of, Sierra Hope and Stanislaus Housing Authority, we hope will be purchasing a building in Angels Camp if we're successful. And I say we as a community. These 2 groups are partnering together to purchase a motel and remodel up to 30 to 32 units for housing. Some of that will be set aside for veterans housing. So you'd asked about that. And that will come with the VASH vouchers through Stanislaus Housing, which is they're wonderful partners for a lot of reasons. One is that they bring Section 8 and VASH vouchers for veterans to the housing projects we're doing. We are going to be looking for No Place Like Home to purchase, and these will be studio apartments up to 12 units, 10 to 12, and this will be probably in the 2nd or 3rd round of No Place Like Home application funding. And they're also looking to put Sierra Hope, their offices right there, and there'll be room to do that, and they also want to create a community room for the community, which is wonderful.
I could speak to this last one. I just wanted to add another services that we have locally, not enough of, in all honesty. We do have some homeless prevention resources, which is sometimes the forgotten component of addressing homelessness, which is preventing individuals from needing to leave the homes that they're already in. So Sierra Hope has a small amount of monies available for some homeless prevention. I believe they've already expended them for the year, pretty much. And then Health and Human Services, through some of our programs, again, very specific populations, CalWorks, or for those who are part of the engaged in their mental health recovery, we do have some prevention resources there as well. But again, not enough for the community, but we just wanted to make your board aware.
So in terms of programmatic support for these housing projects, one requirement of No Place Like Home is to have support services offered through behavioral health. Because in No Place Like Home, the persons eligible will be clients of behavioral health, and that means they would qualify for Medi-Cal and Medicare. We will be able to offer them through full service partnership, or FSP, 24/7 case management once they get into a house. And that's going to be critical to help them succeed and to help the community to see this as a very viable opportunity for people to live independently. Housing is so critical for behavioral health clients. So let's see. That's going to be available. We just want you to know that that will be hand in hand with the housing. We also have, do you want to speak to the CC?
Yeah, I can speak to the next one. So we just wanted to kind of give an overview of the various programmatic support that's coming from Health and Human Services, behavioral health, as well as some other partnerships that we have. And one very well-recognized partnership, which you'll be hearing about more later on today, is the Community Corrections Partnership, which is AB 109 prison realignment, as many of you know. And so Health and Human Services works in a partnership with probation and the Sheriff's Department and the Chief of Police and Angels Camp and a number of the CCP partners to serve individuals who are incarcerated and or move them to the community, transition them to back into the community through our day reporting center. And we do have really robust services, particularly for a small county, through the CCP funded services, and so it's just something that we're really proud of. In addition, we do provide crisis support throughout the community. We have our behavioral health services sheriff's liaison, who works from 12 noon until 9 p.m. Sunday through Thursday to address some of those high needs uses and serve our high needs clients who are in crisis. She works in partnership with the Sheriff's Department and with the Police Department to go out on calls and help to de-escalate crisis situations. We also have a crisis unit that particularly works in partnership with Mark Twain. We have one licensed clinician and one case manager to do crisis evaluations at the hospital. And then if one needs a higher level of care, like at a psychiatric health facility, we do provide that bed finding. I'll let Susan speak to the next two, because these are new initiatives that we had competed for and were successful in obtaining additional funding for additional services in our community.
So these are really important, relatively new support services that we are providing through behavioral health. We had a 3-year grant to support the triage case manager working at the Sheriff's Office. We were refunded again in a competitive grant for another 3 years. Real important. She's doing a great job. And so we also this time applied for children's triage, and which would involve one full-time crisis case manager and 2 peer support specialists who are part-time to work with families and youth in crisis. So we have a close collaboration and did a lot of planning with the school staff. And the idea is that we can respond to them and work with their school counselors anytime there is a crisis. And this will be a new and we hope important service that we'll be providing. We're hoping to have the people ready to go in January. There was a delay at the governor's level, but we are hoping to get a whole 3 years with their support. We also have a plan that we are hoping to be supported and approved through a group called the MHSOAC, which is Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission that oversees our MHSA, many of our MHSA services at the county level. So we are approaching them on January 24th with help from a board of supervisor. Kristen will be there up there speaking. We have about 10 people coming, NAMI president, NAMI families, some consumers who are all going to go in mass to Sacramento and we'll get about 15 minutes to ask if we can use our funding for a 5-year period for a full-time case manager, peer specialist, who will work immediately with the persons returning from the discharge from the hospital and getting them help with housing, which will be huge, and getting their safety net services so they're comfortable so we can immediately engage them back into mental health for support. And it will make a big difference. Right now we have a percentage that really surprised me. It's jumped a little bit. It's 39% in a year's time of people who return from the hospital go back in that period of 12 months. We need that to change. It's for so many reasons, for the client themselves, for the community, the agencies. We just need to see, and there lots of research shows if you can get to them in 7 days when they come back from the hospital and outreach and get the services they need, if they trust you and you develop that level of trust, that it can impact and make a big difference. So that's coming up, and we'll be able to let you know how that goes Kristen will after January 24th. And then you had mentioned the mental health board.
Yes, I just wanted to make the connection again that much of this work and these programmatic pieces are there's communication with our mental health board. They are the oversight committee and advisory committee to the board. So we very much work in collaboration with the mental health board on all these various initiatives. So we just wanted to share that with you all. Okay.
Good morning. Sam Leach, Chief Probation Officer. Kristen, this is very thorough, and I just want to commend you on your leadership. I know there's a lot of people partnering, but your leadership's appreciated, and I'm happy to be here riding her coattails again. The CCP, the Community Corrections Partnership, voted unanimously last month to set aside up to $50,000 to do some leveraging off of this project. Kristen's already working to do a lot of the heavy lift, and what we are proposing and what is actually agenda item 18 immediately after this is a CCP update, including that $50,000 that's been voted on. Our part is very small, but we wanted to utilize State 109 funding where possible to piggyback this project. And there's a lot of details that will still need to be worked out on that. I doubt anything immediately happens, because I will have to be coming back to you guys with more details when we're actually ready to build something, when we have the where and the why and the how. We really just wanted to set aside the money to make sure that we get included in this project at this time. Why we're doing it? Thank you. We're doing it because basically what this slide is when we ran the numbers, and this is about 2 years old here, but when we ran the numbers to see if our day reporting center is working, one of the most encouraging things that we saw is when people actually go through and successfully complete the program, their recidivism, their rearrest rate, is less than half of what it is for the people who don't go through and complete. So we know if we can have them here in San Andreas, and we know if we have them regularly going to the day reporting center, that we can impact them. There's so many services over there to help them turn their lives around. That's obviously more problematic when we have violent or mentally ill offenders who are homeless. So frankly, we want to know where they are. We want them here locally when we have a chance. We have a lot of people that we contract for sober living beds when they're re-entering our community and they go live there for a while, but there are a certain segment of our population that either aren't appropriate to that, don't get accepted to those homes because they're not appropriate for those programs, or frankly that just we do have offenders that don't use drugs and don't need to be in sober living, but they have other issues. And so when those people need a place to stay, we'd like to make sure that we have dedicated beds that are safe and separate from what a lot of the others are, and that we're smartly using state funds for that.
Supervisor Olvera?
Yeah, Sam, thank you very much for coming in. Can you convert these percentages to actual numbers for us?
Off the top of my head?
Educated guess.
Okay, sure. We run somewhere between 50 and 100 people through the day reporting center every year.
Okay.
So, 25 to 50 people less likely, 25 to 50 people who may have, gotten rearrested if they're not in programming versus if we get them through. And so the idea with the piggybacking the tiny homes project is to have a couple of tiny homes right here, as close to the jail as I can get them. There's a lot of details.
Parking lot?
Well, frankly, with some of the guys that come to me, a lot of and by guys, I mean the offenders that are coming into my office asking for immediate housing, like that was the way that CDCR did things for a lot of years. And the state had beds for people who are reentering the community. When realignment happened, it happened very quickly. And so some communities that already had, buildings that they could buy and, tens or hundreds of millions coming to them for realignment funding, it's nothing to chip off a few $1 million and go buy a housing. For us, if we're getting $1.5 million, it's a lot harder to go buy an old hotel and staff it and do some of the things that have happened in other counties. Plus, we don't have that robust of a need. Mm-hmm. But for the couple of people that we have here and they're coming out, it would be nice to have, 2 or 3 tiny homes set aside where we could keep a real close watch on them. We're not putting them out somewhere where they're, embedded in a housing tract somewhere or something like that. We can keep an eye on them here at government property if we're able to work that out.
Thanks, Sam.
Sure.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay, so moving into the last 2 slides, addressing sustainability, because again, this presentation covers, it's a very high level about a lot of the work that the community's been doing. And so in terms of addressing sustainability, it's pretty simple. When we have one-time resources and one-time funding, we're trying to do one-time constructions and set aside monies for operating costs if that funding source allows us to do so. For any ongoing staffing, we're looking to more ongoing funding resources, right? Some health and human services funding or additional grants that we can obtain that are more longer term. So again, one-time costs going towards one-time cost, or excuse me, one-time funding going toward one-time costs. Ongoing, we'll try to utilize some funding sources that are a lot more sustainable. But then really at the core of what this is, the whole purpose of this is that we really do believe that if we can successfully stabilize our community members that lack stable housing, right, wrap them with all the supports that they need, and we can really decrease their need for those super high level services, the repeat offenders, or excuse me, the repeat going to the hospitals, the repeat offenders that are going back into the jail. We really do believe that we can make a long-term change and really affect the lives of those individuals and overall benefit our community. Okay, so on the horizon, one thing that was mentioned before, we're very grateful to Leadership Calaveras, who has really jumped on board in terms of taking the lead of organizing this annual point-in-time count, which in all honesty, the point-in-time count didn't have a huge amount of weight in the prior years. It was, everybody did it, you needed it for HUD funds. But now, with the money being tied to this point-in-time count, the most realistic and accurate numbers possible is really important. So Calaveras, or Leadership Calaveras, has volunteered to coordinate this, which the count is going to be happening January 23rd, 2019. So anybody who's interested, please let us know. And they are also going to be working on a sustainability plan to be able to have the point-in-time count organization, the logistics of it, be ongoing, so we could pick it up and we're not every year kind of scrambling about what are we going to do. They're working on a sustainability plan, so again, grateful to them. We will be bringing periodic updates to your board on various homeless task force initiatives, and then you will see periodic requests from us for additional staff. Peter kind of alluded to some of that earlier. We're looking to utilize, staff somebody in Health and Human Services who would be that coordination and maybe even serve in that housing coordinator role. We're still working out those details. As also part of the housing element, you're going to see additional requests for fee waivers, amendments to land use regulations, zoning code changes, various types of regulatory requests for amendments to address some of these needs. There is a housing element component that that does allow for us to evaluate county-owned surplus land to determine suitability for affordable housing. And then lastly, we will be bringing you a number of resolutions or letters or what have you because some of the funding sources do require them, or when we just want to make the board known, we would ask for your support in those pursuits of additional funding for additional resources in our community, as well as approval to accept those funds in the event that they are awarded. And so we just wanted to reiterate, this is, again, in accordance with our housing element. So on behalf of the Calaveras County Homeless Task Force, we thank you for your time, and we are open for questions, and there's a lot of people here in case I don't know the answer to anything specific.
Supervisor Mills?
Oh, let him go next.
Supervisor Clapp?
Kristen, I talked to you in length a week or so ago about this, and I was one of the fortunate people that had a grandmother that lived into an in-law house. And that got turned into like a kid's house because I got to live there for several years. And after I left, it became other siblings, and the list was long. And I would like to see more of that with the private sector, being able to do more of that on 5 acres and stuff. That's what the family's house was. And it was really helpful for the community because I didn't rent an apartment at that point, and neither did my siblings, and other people came down. So I would really like to see the individuals be able to start doing that more aggressively with the county, where we can start having the people actually put it, instead of coming with government funds, use both of those where we're providing, letting the people provide that access and stuff. And I know that our requirements are a little harder than the surrounding counties. I'd like to look into that and get the same input that the other counties do. I'd like to really see the county go in that direction.
Thank you. Just for clarity's sake, then, we're talking about like secondary dwellings?
Yes.
Okay. So I think that I could work with Peter and...
And a lot of that used to be the grandparents' business. Now it's more, if you notice, I'm noticing a thing that the 30-year-olds are hit harder on the housing element. So, and that's what happened in our case too. It became from the elderly people to the younger people getting started.
You may recall back in July, the board adopted an ordinance amendment that simplified the procedures, reduced the costs to come into compliance with state law, but also to just look at that very issue that you raised, is let's make it easier to build granny homes. We call them granny flats or granny homes, but they're really available to anyone. And they're affordable. They're definitely an affordable component, or one component of the affordable housing range that we have here. So your point's well taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
Peter, you were talking about the 1099 homes. SB 1099.
Yeah, there are a number. I never keep track of all
Everybody's
the different numbers,
got a number
but
for it.
there's the various government code requirements for secondary dwelling units. We call them accessory dwellings here, and there's a number of different provisions in state law that attempt to provide more opportunities for those to be constructed by the private sector, individual homeowners, larger land developers. Have the opportunity now to provide a secondary dwelling on the property. It's not considered an increase in density, and again, it's intended to provide an affordable option, small-scale home for either an elderly family member, a child, a young adult, or actually anyone. It could be rented out to anyone in the community. It doesn't have to be a family member.
One of the difficulties is because there are some places where they would prefer to have the apartment located within the footprint of the existing dwelling. That is another kind of gray area that we're working in right now that we probably should at some point discuss.
Well, they could be either attached or detached. So
yeah,
it's
the attached,
combined
the one
as part of the primary residence, or it could be a separate standalone structure.
Right. Kristen, I know. Thank you. I like your tie, by the way. Kristen, the concept that there are so many different programs, you talked about scattered housing. This is almost like scattered funding too, because it's coming at you in different ways and also in different timelines and different requirements. And as a state, has anybody pushed back and said to the state, we need a clearinghouse here? That we need to, kind of have a way to look at all of this at one shot rather than these little pieces that keep falling from different places out of the sky?
Not to my knowledge. I'll ask our CAO if he's aware of anybody. Sorry, not to. But I don't. Not from the Health and Human Services perspective. Health and Human Services is oftentimes where a lot of for the counties are oftentimes designating Health and Human Services as the department to carry out the applications and work for the very obvious natural fit. So at my level, I'm not aware of any push to centralize these funding sources and such through my associations. That would be awesome, but I'll kind of turn it to our county administrator.
No, and that's actually a great question, because I think we are seeing a couple models. Kristen graciously took on some more of these pieces when some of it was possibly coming to administration, but I truly feel that Health and Human Services is a better place for this to be at, just based on how they're already structured, the partnerships they have in the communities. It just makes the most sense. But I also think because there are so many different avenues that the legislature's taken, there are so many different avenues that some of these funds are coming in, that it just is too much of in its infancy to have that coordination. But certainly that's something that I could see either CSAC and or CWDA, the Welfare Directors Association, taking on and trying to look at centralizing that. Right now there's just, it's all these different pots of money. A lot of it, and in some cases they actually took some money away from mental health services to fund more of the homeless programs that would make a natural sense that Health and Human Services would be buying for that. But it definitely is still in its infancy, and that's a great question for the associations to lobby for too.
And part of it might be that each one of these agencies has a different mission statement. So the result is that they're not all wanting to play by the same ultimate outcome. And I just would like to see some pushback back to the state to say, because there's counties that aren't going to participate simply because they can't drag the data together fast enough. They can't mobilize fast enough. And so they're going to be left in the dark. And yet the expectation is still going to be there. That to me seems to be a problem. The other thing is that, talking about Frogtown or any more remote site to a city center, and we've got 7 distinct centers in this county, are we also able to coordinate transit to be able to help them in getting to and from those locations? So the Frogtown would be probably a great location, but I think we need to talk to transit and be sure that we can get people to and from rather than walking along Highway 49 on the south side of Angels Camp, which is very dangerous at best. So that was just another point. I just want to be sure that we have the data in place kind of in advance, and the better data we have, the less it's going to be a difficulty for us in getting mobilization done on the time frames that they're looking for. You talked about a location in Angels Camp, and has the city been approached with this at all?
So we've been working more with the city administrators more on the Sierra Hope project. They've been involved in that discussion more on the Gold Country Inn. Chief Ellis is part of the homeless task force, and I cannot remember off of the top of my head the full list, but of everybody. But we can certainly reach out to them.
I would do that for this reason: is that is previously a TOT income for them, and when you take that off their books, are they aware that that's coming off their books?
Yeah. So the fair representation with Lori is part of the task force as well. One of her team members. But yes, and you're very much speaking to a point that I just wanted to reiterate, and is we are building this plane while it is flying, very much so, but the entire state's building the plane while it's flying. So this is what we've been working on and what we're proposing. I'm sure we've missed a partner, so thank you for bringing that up. I don't think we've reached out to transit. I'm sure something's going to change a little bit, and that's why we want to bring these updates to your board, is to show you kind of and be transparent about the fact that we know what we're doing from our experience, but this is an uncharted territory for us, especially in these funding sources. So we appreciate don't forget about this person and don't forget about this, because that's what we kind of need.
I get real nervous as a pilot when somebody says build a plane while you're flying. So
build a ship while it's sailing.
Well, it just it creates a lot of nuances that I just don't want to vision. But the point is that you're going to need a lot of assistance from this board. You're going to need assistance from other partners within the county, and hopefully you can keep us appraised as we go forward of what we need to do to help you to get these goals accomplished. So thank you for your presentation, all of you.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Kristen, for the presentation today. I have as you're well aware, I serve on several committees for this board, interact with HHS, and I want to thank you, and I want to especially thank your staff for all the work that they've done in every day, but also in educating a Board of Supervisors member. Over the last 2 years, I would think that this has probably been one of the most fulfilling things I've got to interact with in our community. And it's because of your staff that are working hard and doing really hard work. I mean, we talk a lot about land use and budgets, but the work that your people are doing every day to make our community better is really important, and I really appreciate it. From helping out with food to helping out families, we've got representatives from First Five to Mental Health Board here, and the work that they do is hard work, and I really appreciate it. I appreciate also the comprehensive approach that you're taking to this, bringing in the community members, helping people like myself who don't have a lot of background in health and human services understand the issues of homelessness, which is truly one of the most complex issues I think you could take on as a policymaker. I didn't understand that till your staff really helped me understand. Every homeless person has a different story and a different set of needs. We like to think as community members that oftentimes you just call the sheriff's office and they're going to come in and the problem's going to get fixed. And that's usually not the case. They'll deal with the crisis, but sending out the social workers to meet with these people, and I know we've worked on several issues in my communities where, we start with what is the issue and what is the problem here that we're trying to fix. It's not just a law enforcement issue. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's not. And finding out where that goes is really greatly appreciated by myself. I know my community, and I appreciate the sheriff and your office working so closely together. I also want to thank you personally for, as you've gone through this process up in West Point and figuring this out, you brought this to me and I said, oh, wow, hang on a second. We don't want to start going down that path. And you really brought me along, and you've done a lot of legwork in my community. I want to thank you for that. You spent a lot of time up in West Point and up country, and it's greatly appreciated by myself and our community. So I just want to really compliment you on the approach that you're taking with Health and Human Services as an organization. And I really want to compliment you and your team on how you've been taking on this issue, and particularly recognizing that we're a small, poor county, being aggressive in going out and getting those grants. We don't put general funds into your department, and you continue to excel and succeed in meeting the needs of our community. And I appreciate that, and the numbers, and there's so many people in this room that have worked on that. I just want to thank everybody, and keep up the good work, and let us know how we could help.
Thank you. HHSA team members rock, and they know that. They're grateful to work with them every day. And Blue Mountain, Katrine's here. She's going to probably say something in public comment. And Roger from Oak Circle. I mean, this is a community-wide effort, so we say thank you for that acknowledgement.
With that, we'll open up for public comment. Any public comment on this item?
Several years back, when the Mental Health Services Act was passed by the public in California in 2004, there were several different categories. And the category I would like to address today is the $600,000 that this county got for housing. I'd like to know what's going on with it at this point. Thank you.
Susan, I know that answer this. Oh, she left. Okay, I can address that. George is referring to the fact that in Mental Health Services Act there are various components of the funding. So the housing monies was a funding source that was provided to counties and then taken back and then re-provided to counties. And so a lot of us were kind of navigating how we access that funding. And so in Calaveras, because it is a housing component, that is the funding that was primarily utilized for the Vision House, which is the program that is very much a permanent supportive housing program because individuals are put into the housing component for a time limited amount of time and then quickly moved to permanent supportive housing. So,
Other public comments?
Good morning. It's still morning. Katrine Lambie, Blue Mountain Coalition for Youth and Families in West Point. I have to say that for us, this is a dream come true. Finding Kristen and working with this group has been just really something we've been looking for many years. We're a well-established community organization, and for the longest time, we knew that housing was a real issue in our community. We have homeless people in West Point. And finally, and at last, we're able to work with a really efficient, creative, dedicated group, and we can bring a piece, an important piece to the plate. We own a piece of land, tiny houses placed on the land of our community garden, within a really functioning community garden with lots of comings and goings from the community, right next door to a community center where homeless people can come and have a meal and meet with various agencies and support services that will be offered to them. I mean, it's just amazing that this is happening. And we have been going around in the community talking to people, and I have to say that the response is really positive. This fits the West Point spirit of taking care of their own. People are really excited, and I'm really thankful and thrilled to be part of this process. So the Blue Mountain Coalition for Youth and Families is absolutely willing to do whatever it takes to partner with us. So thank you for supporting this, and thank you, Kristen.
Yes, I too am extremely supportive of this. To give you a little history, about 25, 30 years ago, funding was available through CDBG and CSBG to build and staff a homeless shelter. The Human Resource Council, when it was called the Human Resource Council, the person in charge of the homeless program didn't want to do the work. So when the first round of funding came through, the Women's Crisis Line was able to build a shelter. Second round of funding came through, and they still didn't want to do the work. So that's how we got our second shelter. A long time coming, and it's heartening to see an agency step up and take on the responsibility of coordinating this. And that's what kept us from progressing 25, 30 years ago, was no one was willing to take on the effort of coordinating the money, finding staffing, places and all of that. So we may be 25, 30 years later, but the need is still there, and if there's an opportunity now, we need to support this effort any way we can, from you folks, from the community, from all of the agencies and organizations. So once again, it's long overdue. Thank you.
Good morning, Vicki Reinke, Calaveras County. I just wanted to mention one thing because it gets very frustrating, is we have to remember, and this has nothing to do with the local, I'm talking big. Government doesn't do this very well, and we all know that. They don't solve social issues very well. We do it here locally, which is what I have to say, some of the programs sound wonderful because they're hands-up programs. They're not dependency programs. Those are the ones I think that we should support. But to remind people that, and we seem to continue to expect our government to do everything for us. And I want to stand up here and say, please, let's not do that. Let's depend on our communities. It used to be that the churches, local volunteer groups, nonprofits were helping people. Families, okay, that's the big one to me. Families are so important. I always wonder, why are these people out there without any family support? Now, I do have a story. I had a nephew who was homeless because he chose to be. And sadly, it was hard hard love that had to be given. So we had to watch him be homeless until he realized you have to work, you can't be using drugs. And so some of that is out there. And those are some of those hands up programs that are available. But we can't believe we're going to solve the whole problem. And one of the things I think we have to recognize is let's help the people in our communities and not encourage more people to come here to use services. I know that sounds terrible, but that is what happens. A lot of times you become this magnet to people coming here to use services rather than for them to pick themselves up and become good citizens. Mental health, a whole different issue, and that's something that we went away from having mental health hospitals for people who truly need that medical care. I think that's something, I guess maybe my point is, I want to see you guys fighting for some of those things and not just going along because the government wants to hand you some money. But let's start fighting for what we know is right as Americans and as citizens, that we can't just throw money at this stuff. We have to make sure, and again, I think what I'm hearing today, a lot of it is good, solid community programs. So I just want to say thank you for that, and to remind people that we still need to fight to make sure that we don't think government is the answer to everything. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none? Oh, sorry.
Morning, Chair and Supervisors. I'm Jim Cruz, Deputy Director for the Stanislaus Regional Housing Authority. Just want to take a minute to just introduce myself and let you know that the Housing Authority is willing to work with the county and behavioral health and whatever endeavors it needs for to help with the homeless crisis and affordable housing needs.
Thank you. Any other public comments? If not, we'll close public comments, bring it back to the board. Anybody further board comments or anything? No? This was an informational item, so Kristen and all the staff, thank you so much for this presentation. And we'll move on to item number 18. Okay, we will take a 10-minute break, Sam. All right, we're back from break. Moving on to item number 18. Madam Clerk.
Item 18 is from AB 109, approved fiscal year 2018-19 CCP implementation plan with budget adjustment requiring a 4/5 vote of the Board of Supervisors.
Good morning. Sam Leach, Chief Probation Officer, and here today as the Chair of the Community Corrections Partnership, otherwise known as the CCP. I'll be very brief. Every December I come to the board with what's essentially a narrative to describe how we're spending the AB 109 money this year. And this year I happen to have a budget adjustment with that related to agenda item 17 that we just covered. We added in the $50,000 set aside to help leverage off the efforts with the homeless task force for the tiny homes. So because of that, I put it on the regular agenda, and also wanted to just do a very brief run through of how we're spending the money. So part of the reason that we do this narrative along with the spending plan is the Board of State Community Corrections, otherwise known as the BSCC, requires that we show them how we're spending the money, and in exchange for that they give us in the AB 109 fund balance, we get $100,000 each year for doing this and providing it to the BSCC by December 15th, which is why I tend to show up in early December and brief everybody. So with that, I'll jump into most of what we're doing is stuff that we've been doing for a few years now. What's being funded out of AB 109, some of the brief highlights: we've got a sheriff's deputy, a sheriff's corporal, 3 correctional officers, 3 deputy probation officers, a probation aide, 1 full-time and 1 part-time substance abuse counselor, and 2 behavioral health clinicians, all funded there. We also have, which is not included, in November we approved what will probably amount to a case manager 3 position. That's not included in this yet, so we'll probably be coming back at mid-year. That's to help with linkages between the treatment professionals and kind of public health needs, as well as what the deputy probation officers are doing with case management. So we'll get into more of that later, but we continue to build services as best we can within the budget that we're provided by the state. Programming, we do alternative sentencing over there, putting people on ankle monitors and monitoring them. We provide anger management and domestic violence groups, cognitive behavioral therapy, educational assistance. I know we still have the GED program going in the jail, and we've got the former warden who is going into the jail and working with folks there through a partnership with the library, going in and helping to teach people to read, so literacy programs. We do fund some incarceration costs through this. Medical insurance, we help pay for the catastrophic inmate medical insurance. We have a mindfulness meditation group, which is great for our PTSD inmates, veterans especially. Parent projects, so we offer some parenting skills to folks that are trying to turn their life around and are also parenting kids at the same time, help reduce the cycles, so to speak. Just trying to hit the highlights. Restorative justice and victim services, we fund a position there, although it's currently unfilled. Substance abuse, like I said, we have 1.5 substance abuse counselors. We're looking to fill the full-time position as of right now, so the now half-timer is working really hard going in and out of the jail and back and forth, but hopefully we'll have that position filled soon. Running groups in the jail and at the day reporting center. Some transportation costs, including bus passes and occasional reimbursement for other transportation needs. We have the work program through the jail. So those are some of the highlights. I'll stop and answer any questions that the board might have at this time.
Any board member have a question? Supervisor Mills.
Just simply to update, what is the current case loading? Case loading, number of people being served?
Total number of people, specific to 109?
Yeah, to 109.
Offenders?
You didn't know I was going to ask the question, so I apologize in advance.
No, that's okay. Those numbers, we tend to sit about 35 for the PRCS population, which is post-release community supervision. Those are the folks who would have previously, or that are re-entering from prison, right? The ones that would have been on parole previously but are now with us. So those are the PRCS folks, roughly about 35 right now. Mandatory supervision, 1170 caseload, which is the ones who now go to what we call county prison. They're basically here. They would have been committed to prison before, but now they're committed to longer terms in our county jail. Those numbers tend to sit around 15, so it's smaller than the PRCS caseload. And then we also include the high-risk probationers. A lot of times, especially in the day reporting center, that caseload really fluctuates more and can get a bit higher. We tend to try to cap it at about 30, but at any given time, we could have as many as 60 to 70 high-risk probationers that we're managing. And by high risk, I mean high risk to reoffend based on our risk assessment instrument that we use. So, round numbers, roughly 100 folks that we're looking at any given time, but it fluctuates pretty wildly. It can come down to around 60 or it can get up there. One benefit to having 109 is we have been able to hard cap those caseloads and make sure that we're really focusing our supervision efforts. So if staffing gets lower, right now it's up, but if staffing gets lower, we always make sure that these positions are protected and that we've got people supervising these people intimately. I don't want to have high-risk caseloads of 75 people and PRCS caseloads of 50 plus people where we can't, keep a close eye on them and make sure that we're linking them to the services they need.
Thank you, Sam.
Any other board questions, comments? If not, we'll open up public comment. Any public comment on this item?
Thank you.
Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. This is an action item that we need a 4/5 vote on. So I'm looking for a motion and a second.
I'll move the item.
And the motion by Supervisor Clapp. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0, Sam. two bearded guys came through. All right, moving on to item number 19. Before we start, Madam Clerk, hold on. Can the people in the foyer please keep it down out there a little bit? You're disrupting the meeting. We can hear you. So just kind of keep it down a little bit. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Item 19 is from the Sheriff's Department to approve Amendment 1 to Agreement for Services with Dirty Works for Cannabis Eradication and Abatement Services, and approve a budget transfer from contingency in the amount of $75,000 for the marijuana enforcement team to cover costs associated with same. Requires a 4/5 affirmative vote.
Good afternoon. Jim
afternoon,
Macedo, Sheriff's
Captain
Office. As noted by the board clerk, there are two items on this particular agenda item. I'll be handling the contingency transfer request in the amount of $75,000. I believe Bonnie Rich from the County Administrative Office may be a better person to answer any questions as it relates to the contract. However, I am able to answer questions as it relates to the working portions of the contract. With that said, I believe the item is relatively self-explanatory, although I hear there may be some questions, so I will take those. I also know that we met with the County Administrative Officer, Mr. Lutz, so he may be able to provide some answers to some questions as well.
Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
Yes, Captain, it says that this would be available to the fund to the end of the year, so you feel that that's sufficient to get you through to the end of the fiscal year?
Correct. I mean, it's always difficult to predict what's going to happen in the future, but as noted in the budget packet, we originally made a request for an additional $100,000 that proposed and preliminary budget last year, but based upon discussions with the CAO, we reduced that amount prior to final budget. So unfortunately, we're back here with the $75,000 request.
Okay, thank you.
Any board comments, questions?
Can I add something, Mr. Chair? I did want to echo what Captain Macedo's indicated. I did have a couple of meetings with the Sheriff's Office on this issue. My recommendation to them was to put in the transfer request as they did with contingency draw, as opposed to moving funds from other units within the Sheriff's Department. My rationale for this, and I know we've worked hard to guard the use of contingency dollars, the rationale behind submitting it the way that I did is we have had significant questions on making sure that we're accounting for all of the costs of cannabis enforcement programs. I felt that if we were transferring from existing patrol operations, it would be doing more of what we've already been doing, which is basically putting those costs as a hidden cost within the general fund. So I felt that bringing it forward as a contingency draw was in the spirit of making sure that we're accounting for those costs as related to the cannabis enforcement. Had this been a contract within the regular patrol, it probably would have been a different matter and a different discussion point.
Okay, no other questions by the board. We'll open it for public comment. Public comment on this issue.
Off the bat, I have two questions. How much money is in the contingency fund or program? And where does the money come from to create a contingency amount of money? And if money is taken out of contingency, how is it replaced?
Any other public comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, whenever we come to these points where additional funds have to be requested to do different things, I think it's a good time that we ask to see what the results of previous funds expended have delivered. I'm always excited to hear about abatements and eradications going on with marijuana. But it brings up a question of, how effective are we being? We've spent money. The Sheriff's Department has been given a lot of money over the last year or two, and I completely support it for equipment, personnel, code compliance has received people, I mean, the funds are going out there, and I don't think it's unreasonable to ask what the results may have been. So my question is either to the sheriff or the head of the building department, going back to the beginning of the year 2018, how many grows were estimated to exist in this county? And that's non-personal grows, that's the commercial grows. And do we have a number of abatements by the sheriff's department that were initiated and completed by the sheriff's department? What would that number be? The same for code compliance. How many were initiated and completed by code compliance? Then we have state and federal activity. How many were initiated and completed by state or federal agencies on marijuana grows? And then how many voluntary abatements do we have? And a voluntary abatement is not a harvest. It's when they get rid of their grow and take their equipment out and go away. All of these, of course, would have to have clearance by environmental health that the properties that they leave behind are abated, are clean and ready for repurposing for another use. And then with the math, starting with our beginning number of in the beginning of 2018, less all the abatements, what's the approximate number or best estimate of non-personal grows or commercial grows in the county at this point? We can go on a little bit further and talking about these special investigations. I think the packet mentioned that there were several. I presume that to be 3 or 4, and that $75,000 is to handle 3 or 4 investigations. If that number is greater, if this is going to result in more activities for abatement, we'd certainly like to know about that. And if $75,000 is not enough, I'd like to see a request made for a lot more so we can get this cleaned up. So thank you.
Any other public comment?
Good morning, Marty Crane. So I just want to step back just a little bit and maybe remind ourselves, the sheriff needs what he needs. We got to give him what he needs. And we all knew that that need was going to be there. I'm also remembering that the community asked, and then they ask again, and then they ask again and again, and then they started demanding to know, how are you going to pay for this when you pass this ban? How are you going to pay for all this eradication? And we were never given an answer. So here we are today. This is how we do it, by taking it. I understand why you're taking it out of contingency, to be more transparent about documenting the expenses on eradication, on the marijuana issue. But nonetheless, here we are. We still want to know, where was your plan? I think Supervisor Mills, you're the one that kept saying, there is a plan, there's money, and everyone kept asking, where is it and how are we paying for it? So here we are today. Thank you very much.
Mike Falvey, District 2, echoing Ms. Crane's thoughts. I'm not involved with the industry, but I am now, because I have to pay for some of this $75,000. I'm a taxpayer. You guys had your chance to, address the reality of the cannabis situation. You had your chance, and you could have generated funds to eradicate illegal activities without affecting my pocketbook. Well, now you're affecting my pocketbook, and you're asking for more money. It's a contingency, but it comes out of the budget. The budget is generated by many things, including taxes, which I pay. And I don't want to have to keep giving you guys money for eradication efforts and cleanup when you had the opportunity to generate them yourselves. They're asking for $75,000 after 6 months of the fiscal year. So what they asked for got them through half of the year. What's going to happen next year? Is it going to get them through a quarter of the year? Are they going to ask for more money? Yeah, any way you look at it, it's coming out of my pocket. I mean, it's coming out of not just mine, but as a taxpayer, all of us. You can do something so you can make the industry pay for their issues. Quit asking us to pay for their issues. I don't want to have to do that much longer, especially when I look around at other states, other municipalities. Look at Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara County, they went from 0 on the scale of, I'm not very educated on this, but they went from 0 on the scale of commercial cultivation and how to handle it. They skyrocketed up to they're kind of the poster boys for the state now. They did it pretty much overnight as far as government's concerned. So why can't you guys do this? Instead of asking me for more money, that's all we're asking. You got a chance to take care of things. Let them pay for their own problems. I don't want to pay for them.
I'm Ray Goodpastor, District 2. Morning or afternoon now. Michael brings up an interesting point. He doesn't want to pay for eradication. He wasn't all about a ban. The growers wanted to pay for these things to, one, eliminate some of their competition, I suppose, and another to prove that they are being good community members. They were like, let us help pay for eradication. Well, that didn't happen, and there's no use going back over all that stuff, but there are so many people who were very, very much for the ban and eradication, and I think maybe the Board of Supervisors could start a GoFundMe page. Maybe Bill McManus could run it. He seems good at organizing those things, and maybe some of the people who are really, really upset and losing sleep over this stuff could feel better by getting involved and putting a little bit of skin in that game, right? It's just an idea, and I know it sounds funny, and I know I kind of am coming off clownish, but the truth is the truth. The money's got to come from somewhere. I'm in for $100. How about that?
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comments. There's a couple of questions asked. Captain Macedo, you want to answer some of the questions? And the ones that you can't, we'll have CAO Lutz.
With respect to some of the questions, I'll defer to the CAO's office regarding contingency fund questions. To date, we have done about 52 eradications. The building department has a separate contract with for abatement. It's separate from this one, so I won't speak on their behalf either. With respect to the rest of the questions relating to voluntary abatement and how many grows there were in given years, that's something that's probably much better suited for a study session. I was here today to present a contract and a request for contingency funds, so I'm not prepared to answer questions about how many grows there were a year and a half ago as compared to now, and how many of those self-abated. I did try to get a couple of those questions answered from staff back at the office, but they haven't responded. So if that information is something the board's interested in, then we can bring that back for a particular study session to go over statistics. What I can tell you, though, with respect to the contractor and our statistics, is every case we do, we obviously write criminal reports, submit those to the DA's office. They're accounted for. Every dollar we spend as it relates to this contract is processed through internal sheriff's office paperwork. It's submitted through the county's financial structure, and bills are paid through the auditor's office. So there's a thorough accounting of everything related to these operations. And then lastly, with respect to some numbers that were sent out, about $75,000 for 3 or 4 investigations. That's not the case. We currently have more than 3 or 4 cases under investigation. And also what we're asking for, this $75,000, it should take us through the end. We're hoping it'll take us through the end of the fiscal year, which is July, and people start cultivating marijuana again once the weather improves. So we want to be ready to address those investigations and eradicate early rather than come back to the board during the spring. So hopefully that answers some of the basic questions. I know it didn't answer all of them, but again, that's much more suited to a study session if you want specific statistics.
CAO Lutz?
Yes. With regard specifically to the questions on the contingency fund, so contingency fund is developed when we finalize the budget. So we take what the department requests are for expenditures. We factor out the revenues that they receive through grants, through other revenue sources, and then that net amount is what the general fund contributes. When we get to the closing out of the books and moving into the next fiscal year, you have a certain amount of fund balance or excess general fund that stays in the general fund, which then is rebudgeted in that next fiscal year. So the difference between what all the departments needed, the new general fund revenues we took in, plus the fund balance, resulted in a remaining amount that is budgeted as general fund contingency. The amount of the general fund contingency that was put in the budget, $3,890,000 is how much was budgeted when it came to the board in September. None of it has been moved at this point. In order to move contingency dollars, it requires a 4/5 vote of the Board of Supervisors, and this would be the first such request for a transfer of those contingency dollars.
Jim, just point out, none of this money is going into any investigations part of it. This is a contract for eradication. Once you go in and serve warrants or whatever you do to go to, and they remove the plants themselves.
So it's for professional and specialized services, which is what we pay the contractor out of. We also utilize it for some overflights, so it does. So there's two separate items here. So some of it could go towards the investigative portion, but also it's for the removal. And I'm sorry I didn't make this point earlier, but it's why I stepped back up, and it's probably the most important point. We have cases stacked ready to go. I cannot allow the bureaucracy of the governmental system and lack of finances to slow our investigations down. We've already expended money towards those investigations. We're looking at concluding those and making sure we have enough funding to complete the investigation and do the eradication and removal. And that's why I'm trying to get here as early as possible to get ahead of this, so it doesn't compound as we move throughout the fiscal year.
I forgot about the flyover part of it. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so that being said, it's back to the board. We have a motion. Further comments, questions? Looking for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the item.
I have a motion by Supervisor Oliveira. Do I have a second?
I'll second it. Come on, guys.
By Supervisor Mills. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Okay, it's a little bit after 12 o'clock, and most everybody in the room is here, I'm sure, for the next 7 items continuing planning. We are going to go to lunch. We will resume our meeting at 1:30. Okay, 1:30. All right, we're back after lunch. This is item number 20. It's from planning. Madam Clerk.
Item 20 is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution establishing Agricultural Preserve and Williamson Act Contract Number 362 for Stephen Simonich and Denise Simonich Pombo.
And I will open the public hearing. Mr. Bauer?
Okay, here we
Gina?
go. So just like the past, this item actually is 2 separate action items back to back. The first one is the establishment of the contract. Second action will be for the zoning amendment to establish the ag reserve zoning. So what we have is an application for Agriculture Preserve and Williamson Act Contract 362 for Stephen Simonich and his sister Denise Simonich Pombo. The parcels consist of 4 contiguous parcels totaling 345.4 acres of land located out off of 4th Crossing Road in San Andres. The agricultural operation currently is approximately 33 head of cattle grazing on dry pasture. Historically, the land has been used for the past 100 years for cattle grazing. The farm advisor did a feasibility study on the property, finding the land is capable of meeting the minimum annual income from production, which happens to be $2,000. Your Ag Advisory Committee and your Agricultural Commissioner both reviewed the application, took it under consideration, and their recommendation to you is to establish the contract. In addition, the entire thing went before your Planning Commission, and they too have recommended to you to establish the contract and approve the zoning, making findings that the application meets all the minimum requirements necessary. In addition, that the land demonstrates its ability to sustain a viable agriculture operation.
Any board questions? Is there a member from the applicant here? Would you like to say anything? No? Okay. Okay. All right. No board questions at all, then we'll open up to public. Is there any public comments or questions on this item? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing and bring it back to the board for any deliberations, questions, or a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Oliveira, a second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 21.
Item 21 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt an ordinance approving the zoning amendment from residential agricultural to agriculture preserve, recognizing the establishment of Agricultural Preserve and Williamson Act Contract Number 362 for Stephen Simonich and Denise Simonich Pombo.
Okay, so second half. This is an ordinance to amend the zoning from the current residential agriculture and unclassified zone districts to the Ag Preserve zoning, signifying the Williamson Act. In addition, authorizing the summary publication.
Any board questions? No? The applicant have anything to say on this? No? Okay, any public comments? Seeing none, I'm sorry, I needed to open the hearing, and the hearing is open. No board comments or questions. Is there any public comments? No public comments. I will close the hearing, bring it back to the board for a motion or comments or discussion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move this item.
A motion by Supervisor Oliveira. Second. Second by Supervisor Garamendi. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 22. Again, this is a planning item.
Item 22 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt an ordinance rescinding Ordinance 2771, which approved Development Agreement 200019 for the Oak Canyon Ranch Specific Plan for purposes of establishing an agriculture preserve and Williamson Act Contract Number 354 for 3,171.72 acres for the Arola Trust. Authorize the summary publication and authorize the board chair to sign cancellation and rescission agreement.
Planning, Gina,
Little more involved with this particular one, so we put together just a little short PowerPoint presentation. So again, the application before you is a 4 different actions, all for the establishment of a Williamson Act contract for William and Dolores Arola. So all for the purpose of reestablishing an agriculture preserve and establishing a Williamson Act contract number 354. We've got 16 contiguous parcels totaling 3,171 acres total. In order to do this, we've got some actions that must be done first. One of them is the rescission of a development agreement that's in place for the Oak Canyon Ranch specific plan. Second action item will be for the general plan amendment to amend the general plan from the current Oak Canyon Ranch specific plan to Natural Resource Lands Agricultural Preserve. And finally, if you choose to establish the contract, we will need to consider a zoning amendment from the current zoning to the Ag Preserve Zone District to signify the Williamson Act. In case you don't know by now, the property is located approximately 1.3 miles southwest of the State Route 4 and Main Street intersection in Copperopolis. Here is a map of the entire Arola Ranch property.
Gina, can you hold on
Yes.
just a minute? I was just brought to my attention again that I did not open the public hearing, so open the public hearing. Now you can go.
Sorry.
I fell asleep after lunch.
Sleep at the wheel. That's okay. That's what lunch does to you. So just a little history on the property. The Arola family has been ranching this land since approximately 1949. In 1969, a portion of the ranch that was restricted by Ag Preserve contract number 35. In 1991, we started to see some changes occurring, lot line adjustments, recension of existing contracts, reestablishment of new contracts, and then ultimately in 1996, the property or the Ag Preserve was non-renewed for the purposes of future development, in this case resulting in the Oak Canyon Ranch project. So just a little overview. The Oak Canyon Ranch project was approximately 3,000 acres of mixed-use residential resort development. In addition to that, came along with a specific plan. The board certified an environmental impact report, as well as the county and the developer entered into a development agreement, which is set to expire actually March 3rd, 2025. The landowner defaulted on the loan, and the property went back to the bank. And then in 2015, the Arola family actually purchased the ranch for the purposes of entering the land into a conservation easement and the Williamson Act. So again, a little bit of history. Subject to the Sustainable Agriculture Land Conservation Program, in June of 2016, the Board of Supervisors actually declared their support for an application by the California Rangeland Trust for state funding for the conservation easement. The Arolas entered into an agreement with the county, which included the recension of the development agreement for Oak Canyon Ranch. In addition, they would also need to amend the zoning of the subject property consistent with the granting of the easement. The Board of Supervisors will need to approve all of these actions, not only for the purpose of the conservation easement, but it is absolutely necessary for you to consider the Williamson Act contract that's before you today. So right now, the application for Williamson Act or Ag Preserve, the agriculture operation that's currently on site is approximately 350 head of cattle grazing on the 3,000 plus acres of land. Again, as mentioned before, the Arola family has been on this property for approximately 70 years, and the land has been in livestock production. The farm advisor, just as all the others, has done a feasibility study showing that the land is capable of producing an annual income from agriculture far exceeding the minimum $2,000 requirement to enter into the Ag Preserve. In addition, the Arolas reported a gross annual income for 2016, again, far exceeding the minimum $2,000 requirement. So the land meets the 100-acre requirement. In addition, it is meeting the annual income requirement to maintain the Williamson Act. Your county general plan, or I should say our county general plan, actually indicates that agriculture is an important part of our county's economy. And keeping in mind, this land has been in production for 70 years. The conservation element encourages the Williamson Act contract for the preservation of agriculture land. In addition, the general plan's open space element also finds that land and water is a limited valuable resource and encourages open space. Your safety element has identified this land as being in a very high fire hazard area, which most of the county actually is, but reducing those fire fuels will come along with grazing the land, so that will actually reduce the fire hazard of the land if you maintain it in agriculture. Here is a picture of the fire hazard area map. The red illustrates the extreme fire hazard, and that mustardy color demonstrates a high fire hazard area. Surrounding area, if you'll notice the, sorry, I don't have my pointer, the purple color in the middle that says SP-CC, that is the specific plan area for the Oak Canyon Ranch subdivision. So let's just kind of talk about what you see surrounding that particular area. To the north, you'll find the Diamond 20 subdivision. As most of you know, that is large residential parcels with mix of agricultural uses. To the northwest, you'll find resource production land. Those are larger parcels of land for both residential and agricultural uses. To the south, you'll see future single-family residential, currently a large agricultural parcels. To the east is Saddle Creek Pacific Plan Copperopolis Community Center, which is all mixed-use residential, commercial, and recreational lands. There are thousands of acres surrounding this Copperopolis area that is currently in the Williamson Act, restricted by contract. And even though we're not making specific findings of consistency with the general plan update, I think it is important for us to understand what we are kind of projecting in the future along with the update. And again, if you'll notice, everything in the green, whether it be the light green, dark green, or chartreuse, is all natural resource land. So we have identified that the best use for this land surrounding this area is natural resource. A lot of it is currently in agriculture production, and we find that that if you actually amend the general plan and allow the Auroras to enter into the preserve, they will be right adjacent to additional lands that are currently in agriculture production and seen as resource production. So the agriculture preserve zoning is obviously applied to lands that are in the Williamson Act. That is for the protection and preservation of intensive agricultural and ranching production. The land is meeting the minimum requirement for Williamson Act, which is 100 acres, and only 50 acres actually for the ag preserve zoning. Under CEQA, there is a categorical exemption for open space contracts and easements, in addition to establishing agriculture preserves in Williamson Act. All these actions are necessary components to establish the Williamson Act contract and are all found exempt from CEQA. In conclusion, we have found that the land is viable agricultural land. We have demonstrated to you that there is general plan and zoning consistency with the proposed application. In addition, your Agricultural Advisory Committee and your Agricultural Commissioner did take into consideration this application, and they're recommending to you that you establish the Williamson Act contract. And finally, your Planning Commission considered all of these entitlements, and they too have recommended that you approve the entire project to establish the Williamson Act contract.
Any board questions or comments? Supervisor Mills?
Yes. Staff, could you look at page 360 or 389 of our packet, which is your declaration of support, the resolution of 2016?
289, did you say?
389.
389.
Getting there.
You see the resolution. Now, I want you,
389, this is the resolution from the Planning Commission?
389, 390, it might be 390 in the packet,
It's
actual
390,
packet page.
actually,
390.
389 is not.
Yeah.
390.
Maybe 390.
Like the online version must be slightly different numbering. Okay.
You have the resolution.
Yes.
Go to the next page.
Oops. Oh, that is the resolution that was passed in 2016 by the then Board of Supervisors supporting the grant application that the Rangeland Trust had made.
That's not the problem, sir.
Okay.
I was not on the board.
He
I
was not on,
chair.
Mr. Tofinelli was not on the board at that time. This document is not a good document.
That's not even my signature.
I would say the same thing. I think Mr. Wooster would be pleased that I found that.
That is interesting how that.
Didn't even notice it.
Yeah, I wonder. I do not understand how that happened.
I just make a note for the record that we do not have the chairman of the board in 2016 having signed this resolution and presented it before the board.
So we do have that. We have the 2016 resolution with the 2016 board chair's signature. However, if this resolution was printed this year out of the item, it pulled the wrong signature.
Is that your signature?
So a historical document like that should be requested from the clerk's office.
Okay.
Or it should be verified that it has the right signatures on it before printing it out and including it in a packet.
That would be my mistake then.
Okay. I just wanted the
pulled it from
detail
IQM too.
pulled out into the public's view
Thank
before
you.
we got started. Okay?
Thanks for noticing it.
All right. Thank you.
That's the only board comments, questions?
I wanted to add a little bit to Gina's presentation. You've received a lot of communication over the last several days, and there was quite a bit of discussion at the Planning Commission regarding circulation issues in this area. Certainly emergency access and egress is very important, not just for Copperopolis, but for all the communities in our county. And it's something that we need to look at very seriously going forward in the future. There is no requirement under the old, under the current development agreement or the specific plan that provides additional circulation for other projects to the south or out to Highway 4. There was some discussion between the prior owners and Castle and Cook, the developers of the Sawmill Lake project or the Saddle Creek project about doing a swap and granting an easement for some type of emergency access. That was not something that was ever recorded, nor something that the county was a party to. There really is no nexus between requiring additional rights-of-way or easements for future development or even existing development associated with this proposal to essentially rescind the development agreement and the other requests that would follow. But I think it's something that we need to look at in the future very carefully as we move forward, both with the general plan, the circulation element, and safety element requirements for providing emergency access. Unfortunately, this is not the venue for that. I know you received a petition with a number of signatures that suggest that we need to look at emergency access out of that area of Copperopolis, and I agree, we need to look at that. But we cannot hold that that burden on this applicant because of the dual test of the nexus requirement that the requirement be associated with the proposed development and the Dolan test of rough proportionality that the requirement be proportional to the impact that the proposal would have. Being that they're going from a lot of development, 2,000 residential units plus a commercial development to agricultural land, there really wouldn't be a tie-in with what is proposed by this application and the county's ability to require or demand an exaction to dedicate an easement. But I think it's something that we need to look at very closely in the near future, given the recent fires over the last couple of years in a variety of communities throughout the state. So just wanted to add that to the discussion.
You want me to bring that up now? No. Because I think that is an issue, but I don't see it as an issue that is going to burden a single landowner.
Right.
I think that we need, maybe it's a case of this board at some point directing staff or directing in the general plan update to be looking at pocketed subdivisions and to be looking at the single entrance exit subdivisions and also be looking at evacuation routes and evacuation plans. It's something that 20 years ago you would not have thought of. But I think that as time's marched on here and we've seen these growth spurts, we've kind of set that on the back burner and not really made it part of the primary reasoning. Now, the reason I say that is because I fought 2 fires on Mineral Mountain. And that subdivision, as anybody who lives here knows, that's a one-way in, one-way out, very tight on a mountaintop. So those kind of things need to be addressed, but I don't see them in the context of what is here. And I'd asked the fire district to weigh in and to give their opinion on what, but even in their case, they have the capacity within their own jurisdictional elements to make requirements or to request things to be done to benefit PR 4290 or 91. Those aren't things that we have to enforce from our side. That's something that they need to look at from their pre-fire planning profiles and say that's something that we need for the safety of the community. And they can do that.
Yeah. Well, I would agree, and I would suggest that maybe a future study session or some other avenue to discuss that further from, bringing in all the players that would be involved in that, from the Office of Emergency Services, fire districts, as well as the county, would be very, very important.
Because you mentioned the word future needs, but future needs encompasses the community as a whole. It doesn't just encompass a single parcel.
Oh, exactly, yeah. And it's not just future needs, it's current needs.
Correct.
We need, in many locations throughout the county, there are dead-end subdivisions with no way out in an emergency.
Right. So I just wanted that out there before a whole lot of public comment started so that everybody could understand what we're thinking.
That's the reason why I brought it.
And Peter, there is nothing what we're doing here today preventing an agreement with the developer or the Rolas or anybody from putting an easement through at some time in an agreement for secondary access. If that happens and they meet together and they want to do it, they can do it. It's not precluding that. Right. If they want to do that, that's fine.
There's nothing precluding that exactly between the private property owners to negotiate some type of agreement between them.
Some type of agreement and whatever. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is not our job to be the mediator or what I would call the thug in discussions between 2 property owners that literally belong in that venue. It doesn't belong here. And so I think that we really need to understand our role in these land use, if it's a land use decision or even a general use decision, is where do we have our authority and where does our authority stop? And what is defensible and what's not defensible? And I want to be sure that whatever decisions we make, that we're doing it in the best interest of defending the public's good as a whole. Because what applies to one has to apply to all. We have to see it that way.
Any other board questions or comments? If not, we'll open it up to public. Oh, excuse me, the applicant, is the applicant here? Wishes to say anything, speak? Okay, you'll have to come up to the podium and.
I'd like to reserve my comments until after public comment, if that would be acceptable.
I'll allow you to do it. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Public comments. You have to come to the podium.
This is my first time in this chamber, so forgive me if I
That's fine. We'll help you get
say
through
things that shouldn't be saying, but I did hear what has just been said. But I wanted to give you, the residents that live in this area, an understanding of how they feel about what's going on here. And I believe the most important responsibility of the Board of Supervisors is the safety of the people that live within the county. in some fashion or another. You certainly are influential. I live in Saddle Creek Resort. Currently, hundreds of residents of Saddle Creek and all of the neighborhoods to the south of us on the west side of Lake Tulloch have only one evacuation route, and it's toward the north. Our evacuees must drive toward the fire, then compete with the rest of the Copper Valley population trying to escape over the Lake Tulloch Bridge to Highway 108. There are many choke points in this route, which could lead to widespread panic and loss of life. A road that parallels Little John on the west side of Saddle Creek is a necessary step toward an eventual solution, which would be an alternate and more expeditious evacuation route west of Lake Tulloch to Highway 108. In the meantime, the road would serve as an alternate evacuation route to Little John Copper Cove intersection for the people that reside south of Saddle Creek. The road will also provide a fire break in the currently unprotected site of Saddle Creek and access for first responders. You've heard that there's a petition out. It only started a couple of weeks ago. We've currently collected 214 names that request the Board of Supervisors preserve the 2007 agreement for a road easement on the far eastern fringe of Oak Canyon Ranch. We would appreciate the Board of Supervisors either ensure preservation of this agreement or provide the residents compelling evidence that our assessment of wildfire risk is mistaken. Thank you.
He's not, you're not actually required to. It's not a requirement.
Good afternoon, John Buckley with CSERC. Some of you know for many years our center's involved with all of the planning processes for Saddle Creek, Oak Canyon Ranch, and Tuscany Hills projects. County approval for Oak Canyon Ranch 15 years ago did not include any access extending to the south of the property, and that was intentional because the county and the developers acknowledged there would be significant growth inducement as well as environmental impacts, and that is still the case. Any approval of a road easement extending to currently undeveloped lands from the Arola property would immediately result in growth inducement with legal ramifications. Claims have been made that there was a Tuscany Hills approval promise by the county for a secondary access road. You can look very clearly in the EIR. The project actually specifies why the county was only approving the main road to the south boundary of the Tuscany Hills project site in order to avoid growth-inducing impacts from the project. It's in the EIR. There was never any action taken or any promises made by the county relative to a secondary access road from the Oak Canyon Ranch property. Another claim that's been mentioned is that there was a supposed legal road easement agreement between developers. There was never any sequel analysis or any county approval of anything related to those developers making some agreement, and accordingly, whether or not bankruptcy voided the agreement, the fact is that agreement does not have any legal standing. I respectfully reemphasize that the county can't legally require the Arola family to allow a road easement across their property as a condition of approval for the applications before you today. The Supreme Court firmly determined in two separate decisions that any condition of project approval must demonstrate that the dedication will mitigate an impact to the project and that the level of dedication must be proportional to the impact. Here the Arolas seek to do nothing more than preserve their property for ag use, and there's no legal justification for a road easement. I served 13 years as a firefighter. Our center fully supports Calaveras County considering easement, evacuation, and all those matters. But the county already determined in the Tuscany Hills approval that fire safety conditions were met, and it is not legal for the county to require a road easement, as has been pointed out, across the Arola property for a speculative project to the south that has never been through CEQA analysis and is currently only speculation. So in closing, I urge you to approve the application items before you today, and note that I've heard many times the board talk about the need for private property rights. The Arolas family is asking for their rights to not be forced to have an easement across their property. Thank you.
Greg Meyer from Copperopolis. Dave and I were
for the people involved with the circulating the petition that the two neighborhoods there, Copper Cove and Saddle Creek, were interested in. So I wanted to give a little bit of a different perspective. I'm a little discouraged, but I'm still going to give my perspective and comment a bit on the petition. The dangerous wildfires in Paradise in Malibu, California, and the loss of life made it clear that Calaveras County must work with the Copperopolis community to develop adequate evacuation routes in the case of emergencies. Presently, Little John Road is the access out of the southern area of Copper Cove and Saddle Creek Resort. The need for adequate traffic circulation will increase as additional already approved development takes place in the Copper Cove, Saddle Creek, and Tuscany Hills communities. There needs to be an alternative future road out of the western portion of the Copperopolis Basin. Currently, the Arola family is asking the county to give final approval on their effort to convert the former Oak Canyon Ranch project into an agricultural conservation easement. It should not go forward without addressing the public interest concerns. The board needs to take into consideration the agreements made during the Tuscany Hills approval process in July of 2007 between Castle and Cook, Tuscany Hills, and the Oak Canyon Ranch projects for the 26 acres needed to allow for the desirable safe secondary access. Previous requirements in place for this road as a result of the Oak Canyon Ranch project approval process were relied upon and perfected in these agreements. The current offer, I understand, is for an exchange of 52 acres for 26 acres of the Arola family's ranch. This is to provide for the route on the west side of the Saddle Creek Resort designed to connect to the intersection of Copper Cove Drive and Little John Road. The county approved Tuscany Hills with a consideration that these developers would work together and this road would become a reality when and if necessary at some future time. No thought was given that the Oak Canyon Ranch project would go away. The concerned members of the Copperopolis community involved with the Copperopolis Community Plan, the Lake Tulloch Alliance, various task force were listening to the board in these chambers discussing these things, and the newspapers were reporting on these items as well. Same 2-week period in July of 2007. Stockton Record. Calaveras County Supervisors today delayed a vote on the subdivision until July 24th to allow staff time to check the details of various agreements, complex projects.
Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank
I was hoping that because we're kind of representing 200 people, I might get a few extra seconds. Okay.
Time is up. It would not be fair to anybody else.
And that same one, the
Yes,
secondary
sir.
access.
Sir, that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anthony Worcester, representing Calaveras County Taxpayers Association. Al couldn't be here today, so he asked me to come in his place. To put a condition on to the Arola Ranch would be an unconstitutional taking. Cannot legally be done. What we would like to see our Board of Supervisors act on would be to do something that's in our general plan, in the EIR for the general plan, and that is to start looking in the county, not just for Copperopolis, are the evacuation routes accessible? Are there locked gates? What kind of shape are they in? Are there enough to support the populations of people that will be needing them? And I would like to refer you to some language that's in the EIR for the general plan. Evacuation routes. Prepare a consolidated map of identified evacuation routes adopted in emergency response plans for reference at the planning department. Keep apprised the recommendations for emergency access egress routes included in the Calaveras County Community Wildfire Protection Plan and facilitate incorporating proposed new evacuation routes into the county's regional transportation plan. And it goes on and on. There's much more to it, of course, but we'd just like to ask you for your policy direction to get our county departments, our planning department, our public works, emergency management, whatever, to get them really moving in this direction. We've all seen on TV the campfire and the swiftness of it, and I think this is it's certainly not something we want to burden the Arola family with. It's something that needs to be addressed by the county, and we would be ever so grateful if you folks would take this very seriously and work on the proper coordination between the fire departments, public works, whoever has to work on this, and to really see, well, how bad is the situation? What parts of the county are really prepared for fire or flood to evacuate safely? And I thank you so much for listening, and I will thank you even more, and all our taxpayers will thank you if you act on it. Thank you very much.
Good day. Ralph Copeland, D4, Copperopolis. The campfire's most significant growth period was a Thursday afternoon. It grew to 10,000 acres in 90 minutes, burning 100 yards per second. This is 1 football field per second. Laying those football fields end to end in 1 minute, the storm travels 3.4 miles. In 2 minutes, the storm travels 7 miles. That's 2 minutes, 7 miles. By coincidence, my home in Copperopolis, near the Kiva boat launch, is 7 miles from Highway 4. The normal travel time is 10 minutes. If my family were to encounter such a firestorm, we're dead in 2 minutes. Even if we attempt to get to the lake water, we need to do this in less than a second. Guess what? We're dead. The October 2017 Northern California wildfires jumped over many 2- and 4-lane roads and even 6+ lanes of concrete on Highway 101. The firestorm blasted through suburban neighborhoods and exclusive neighborhoods that featured fairly wide streets, wider than most fire breaks. Even during the recent Malibu firestorms in Southern California, they jumped over a 6-lane highway. So I ask, why are we discussing a magical roadway with mystical fire breaks? Will it improve my 2-minute window of survival? Is it superior to the 6 concrete lanes of Highway 101? Is it superior to the 6-lane highway in Southern California? We understand Copperopolis is going to grow and expand. This is why we need to secure these open spaces and secure them now so we can legally and correctly develop our infrastructure. Finally, I add this. In order to promote this roadway, Mr. Hicks has resorted to using our recent California firestorm disasters to promote fear and false hope among those in Copperopolis. But Mr. Hicks doesn't need to create these exceptions. Mr. Hicks is well versed in senior and low-income housing. I suggest you first apply these talents in order to begin a sincere relationship with Copperopolis. Thank you.
Hello, my name is George Burkhart. I'm a Copperopolis homeowner and landowner of 25 years. I purchased a home in Connor Estates 25 years ago. I was on the first board of directors. I just finished my second tour of duty on the board of directors. And Connor Estates was originally 3 phases. Developer went bankrupt within the first few years. The 2 other parcels were sold. The 2 other phases are now called Calypso Bay and Peninsula Estates. Connor Estates has 130 residents. Peninsula Estates has 30. Peninsula Estates started to build up, and the homeowners in Peninsula Estates, not thinking of safety, decided we don't want to have all the Connor Estates people driving through our development as well as into their own, using the two access egress points that were a requirement for the development originally, 2 points for safety reasons. So they were determined they were going to fence off, one of them fence the road off. Our board said, can't do that. Nope, we're doing it. We want to do that. The reason why that never happened was because the county acted responsibly for safety reasons and told Peninsula Estates, you cannot close off the secondary egress route for Connor Estates. And that's the way it is today. So I urge the board, in your many responsibilities, please pay attention to your most important, which is safety of the citizens within Calaveras County, and do whatever you need to do to make sure this additional safety route is put in. Thank you very much.
Any other public comments? And if you wish, if there's any other people that would like to make public comment, can you please line up in the back of the room? Go ahead.
My name is Sheldon Toso. My address is 1014 Archwood Lane. Before I get to my request, I would like to give you a little background. When Diamond 20 was developed, Horseshoe Drive was not completed to my home. Old Highway 4 was active at the time, and it was the access to my property. Old Highway 4 connected my home and lot to Little John, the Snake Trail. Part of the Diamond 20 development was the extension of Horseshoe Drive to my lot and to continue on Old Highway 4 to Little John, which would have been the secondary access to that portion of the project. In 1972, the state abandoned Old Highway 4 to the county. In 1979, Resolution 79545 by the County Board of Supervisors abandoned the portion of Horseshoe Drive to my lot and to Little John, the Snake Trail. Resolution 79545 landlocked my property. In 1999, the county permitted a manufactured home to be permitted on my lot. As part of the home being permitted on the lot, and the fact that Old Highway 4 was the only access to my lot, the county created Ox Yoke Lane, which consisted of Old Highway 4 from my lot to Little John, the Snake Trail. Ox Yoke Lane, which consists of APN number 54-006-0011 and APN number 54-006-018, are two properties affected by the Arola request. It should be noted that the County Tax Assessor's Office has been very uncooperative in our efforts to resolve this issue. A lawsuit 17CV42757 has been filed in an effort to resolve these issues. My requests are, first, to remove the two parcels, 54611 and 54618, from this request that affect Ox Yoke Lane until the lawsuit 17CV42757 can be resolved. My second request is, I'm requesting that the county complete that portion of Horseshoe Drive that was abandoned in the resolution to my property, unlandlocking my property. If you don't do that, I will lose my house. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I just want to be a voice of dissent in the chorus of people imploring you to protect their safety as your first priority. My request would be that you protect my liberty and my property rights and let me deal with my safety. And also, I don't believe it's appropriate or even legal for you to even be giving any consideration to enforcing a contract that is no longer valid and was made with someone else on a present property owner any more than you could enforce someone else's contracts on me. And I'll leave it there for now, but really, please, let me deal with my safety. You guys have a lot of power to undermine my property rights and my liberty in general, and I would really appreciate you focusing on those and less than my safety. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good afternoon, Chair and Board of Supervisors. We sent detailed comments. I think you probably read them. I just will summarize a couple points and a couple new additions. As you know, the Arollas have been leasing and grazing cattle on this ranch for over 60 years, and the general plan encourages preservation of productive agricultural lands. The previous owners amended the general plan back in 1997 for the Flowers Ranch, and these owners want to amend the general plan back to the way it was then. So we encourage you to let them put it back to the way it was then, the general plan, and it's been kept in agriculture all these years anyway. If the Oak Canyon Ranch development agreement is rescinded, the Copperopolis area will actually benefit because there will be more water, road capacity, and other resources available for other proposed developments and planned developments. The Oak Canyon Ranch was approved for 3,475 residential units and 300,000 square feet of commercial. By eliminating this amount of development, this will free up the road capacity and the water supply for use by others, reducing the need for extensive road and water expansions and expenditures. The Arollas also need this agriculture preserved land use designation for economic purposes to reduce an unfair property tax burden. The specific plan zoning is a highly taxed, highly assessed property tax, and this does not allow them to put their land into a Williamson Act contract, which would reduce the property taxes. Taxes should be assessed only on the actual cattle ranching use of the land for the economic benefit of the county and the cattle ranching operation. As has been repeated by the planning department, the county has never taken any action to endorse, approve, or promise a secondary road access through these lands, and we encourage you not to do that. And basically, as has been pointed out, there's no nexus to the application and a future need for a road. The Arollas are not creating more traffic and housing, they are actually reducing it. So in summary, there's many good reasons to approve this application. If the county does look at future road options, this does not preclude future road options in the area. This is still a possibility in the area. The Arollas also can make private agreements to have access through their property. So please support productive agriculture in Calaveras County and the rights of property owners not to develop, and do not hold them hostage to a foreclosed upon agreement. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good afternoon. Kenneth Arolla, attorney for the Arollas. I just wanted to address Mr. Toso's comment there. He did file a lawsuit to claim a prescriptive easement over what they call the old Highway 4, which parallels the new Highway 4. His lot actually has legal access over Horseshoe Drive. The problem is the developer never finished a bridge to cross Little John Creek. So as an accommodation, the prior owners of the Arolla Ranch allowed him to use the old Highway 4 all these years. his attorney decided that they wanted to establish a prescriptive easement, so they filed this lawsuit. It is our opinion that even if he were to win hands down this lawsuit, and he has sued other neighbors too over some boundary line problems, but even if he were to win hands down, it would not affect the egg preserve or any of the things we're doing here today. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Good afternoon. Tom Hicks. I'm representing the Golden State Equity Group that is the owner of the Tuscany Hills property. So I'm here to speak on two things. One, I'd like to correct the record because the gentleman in the back here used my name, said I was circulating the petition and raising fear. I had nothing to do with the petition. I was a signer of it, but just to correct the record, it wasn't my petition. It was a petition started by a couple folks that live at Saddle Creek. So, sorry?
Talk to the board. Can you please talk to the board? And
Okay.
he's speaking now.
Yes. So my point is that I think the Arollas have the absolute right to turn their land into ag land. We support it. I wrote a letter to the board supporting that action. We have no issue with that whatsoever. I do want to bring up, and I think it was brought up by another speaker, that they were offered a trade of 52 acres of the sawmill property, the southern end, for it. So there's been a fair amount of talk today about the burden being put on them. I think that with that trade of the 52 acres for 26 acres is not a burden, so it's obviously up to them to agree to that. I'd just like to go on record saying that I think if the board doesn't have the power to make that agreement, I would certainly encourage the Arollas to follow through with it for public safety reasons in the future. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Marty Crane. So I think it's become abundantly clear that the board cannot impose this on one landowner. So we keep talking about things that aren't before us here, such as public safety, but I'm encouraged that after all these years talking about one way in, one way out, evacuation routes, which I first heard about up in West Point, and I went, these people talk to each other, that we have a whole bunch of people in the room now. So when the board makes the decision to really put a focus on this, I invite all these people that are interested and worried about public safety and fire safety to come back, please, to those and join in those discussions. But I think we know today what's before us, and that's not before us right now. But please make it a priority. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing no public comments, the applicant still wishes to speak.
Yes, I'm Bill Arola. Good afternoon, supervisors. Thank you for letting me go last. This way it can really be shortened up here quite a bit. Before you today is our application, and what it amounts to is establishing or reestablishing the Williamson Act contract on the ranch. This will allow our family and future generations to continue the ranching tradition that we have established here in Calaveras County for more than 160 years. So with that, I was going to go into some other issues, but I don't think it's really necessary at this time. I would just ask you to please honor our family's property rights and approve our application as presented. Thank you very much.
And with that, I will close the hearing. I'll bring it back to the board for questions, deliberations, motions, any of the above. Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
I'm sure this is a controversial issue for a lot of people. I was in the audience in June of 2016 when this was brought up, sitting right there in the back. But I think that, we want to rally around the point of fire protection. If that was to be an issue, would it not have been better to have been discussed as part of Saddle Creek in creating a green space buffer on the west edge of Saddle Creek back when that DA was put in place? But instead to now take and say that it's the responsibility of the landowner that's adjacent to him, that somehow is his responsibility? I'm having difficulty with that leap. In talking about fire evacuation and firestorms, I don't know how many of these people, I know one gentleman spoke to the fact that he was a firefighter. And I too have been a firefighter, and I've been in firestorms. It's the difference between being in the service and going to war. And until you've been there, you really don't understand the nature of people. But at the same time, the safety of the community, it has to be looked at in a broader perspective than just this one project. It has to be looked at as a sphere. I know one gentleman had discussed perfected agreements of some type. To me, perfecting an agreement means that there's something filed as notices, there's something on the land that's there as an agreement. I don't see that that's there. He's not creating a more intensive use. If you were wanting to do more than what you're doing now, then there would be reason to want to talk about some mitigating circumstances, Mr. Rolla. I don't see that. So I think that by simply having this in front of us, we're in a situation where we don't have a whole lot of latitude to do more than what you've been doing all along. So, by the way, I understand your loss in the Donald fire. So I think that we talk about CCWD, we talk about water, we talk about sewer. Yeah, it's going to improve what availability and infrastructure availability will be there. But again, I would think that if we're going to talk about evacuation routes and fire safety and all of that, we need to look at it from the community plan perspective. We need to look at it from the general plan perspective, and we need to see it for the whole of what it is rather than just an individual property owner. Because we can't arbitrarily be taking from one to the benefit of others without just cause. And that means we'd have to create some findings. We'd have to create some reasonings to do that. And I don't think there's sufficient reasonings here with what the staff has written to give us that latitude. So if there's others who would like to discuss this, if not, I will make a motion. I will make a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills, a second by Supervisor Clapp. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 23. Madam Clerk.
Item 23 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution amending the general plan of the subject properties from the Oak Canyon Ranch specific plan to natural resource lands, agricultural preserve for William A. and Dolores J. Arola, trustees of the Arola 2015 Revocable Trust. This project is categorically exempt from CEQA.
And with that, I will open the public hearing on this item. Gina?
Okay, so part two, part one, we just rescinded the development agreement for Oak Canyon Ranch. So part two now is a resolution to amend the general plan from the Oak Canyon Ranch specific plan to natural resource lands agricultural preserve for the purpose of establishing the contract.
Is there any board comments, questions on this item? Supervisor Clapp, your light is on? No? Okay. Does the applicant wish to make any statements? No? Any public comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the hearing. I'll bring it back to the board. Look for discussion, a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve.
We have a motion by Supervisor Clapp.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Any other comments or questions? No? Deliberations? Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 24. Madam Clerk.
Item 24 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt an ordinance approving the zoning amendment to agricultural preserve to recognize Williamson Act Contract number 354 for the Arola 2015 Revocable Trust and authorize a summary publication.
And with that, I will open a public hearing. Peter, you're going to take this one?
Well, the only concern I have was
I saw you
that
turn your light.
typically the agricultural preserve comes first. I'm not sure why it got reversed in the
I don't know.
agenda.
They're slightly out of order, so the last item, the next item should be the item that we're considering now, but it sounds as though we've all...
I can close the public hearing, and we can go back and go with 25, and then come back to 24. So if you would like, Madam Clerk, can we go to item 25, and we will return to 24?
And is that the only correction?
Yes.
Okay.
Would it be necessary for purpose of protocol to call for a motion to,
Table it on?
no, what do you call it?
Rescind.
Yeah, to rescind. I am one of the majority voters, so therefore, motion to reconsider.
There was no action taken on this item. We just opened it. We hadn't even had the discussion or any motion on it yet, so there's no
I don't want to
decision.
get in front of it.
Yeah, we went to 24, and she's saying 25 should be in front of 24, and we haven't heard 24.
Okay,
So
thank
I
you.
closed that public hearing, put it on hold, we're going to 25.
Item 25 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution establishing an agricultural preserve and Williamson Act contract number 354 for William A. and Dolores J. Arola, trustees of the Arola 2015 Revocable Trust for 3,171.72 acres.
And with that, I will open the public hearing.
So third action, need to establish the contract for Williamson Act as the third item in this whole packet of...
Supervisor Mills, your light is on. Any questions, comments?
No, just public comment.
No? Okay. The applicant have anything to say? No? Public comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back for deliberation.
I'll make the motion to approve.
I have a motion by Supervisor Clapp,
I'll second it.
a second by Supervisor Mills. Call for a vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Now
I'm sorry, could you please, I didn't catch the vote. I was talking.
5-0.
I'm sorry. No. Who made the motion and who made the
motion?
second?
Supervisor Clapp made the motion, and Supervisor Mills seconded.
Thank you.
And the vote was 5-0.
Thank you.
We will now go back to item number 24. Madam Clerk.
On my way. Okay. Item 24 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt an ordinance approving the zoning amendment to agricultural preserve to recognize Williamson Act contract number 354 for the Arola 2015 Revocable Trust and authorize the summary publication.
And I will now reopen this item of public hearing.
Okay, last but not least, we need to amend the zoning to the agriculture preserve zone, which reflects the Williamson Act for this entire Williamson Act contract.
Any board comments, questions? Not? The applicant have anything to say? No? Okay, any public comments? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board, look for a motion.
Motion approved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Clapp.
I'll go home early today.
I'll second it.
Supervisor Mills, I have a second.
Yeah, you have a second.
Yeah. Call for a vote, all in
Aye.
favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. That's the same order of motions and seconds. So. All right, we'll give it a couple minutes for the crowd to clear. Is the whole room clearing?
You're welcome to stick around.
Yeah. You're welcome to stick around. We'll take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes. All right, we're back from break. We're going on to item number 26. This is administrative office item.
Is to adopt a resolution continuing emergency contracting procedures pursuant to Public Contract Code Chapter 2.5, Section 22050 for emergency repair work necessary to skylight structures to the roofs of buildings A, D, and E of the county government campus.
Hello again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Bonnie Rich Administration. This is a standing item for an update to the roof repairs to buildings A, D, and E. We issued the notice to proceed to All-Sierra Roof Company on November 13th with work commencing November 14th. That weekend, the contractor completed the repairs to the skylight doghouse structures on Building D. Then we had the Thanksgiving holiday last weekend. The contractor completed the work on Building E, and weather permitting, the the work to Building A will be completed this weekend. We did have to issue a change order. What we discovered as the skylights, the plywood was being pulled back. And I want to remind the board that when the inmates put these structures up more than 22 years ago, they were intended to be temporary. They used half-inch plywood. The spec called for 5/8-inch plywood. So when we started peeling back the layers and the scope of work required the contractor to replace any dry rot with the 5/8-inch, clearly it's not going to match up with a half-inch. So we issued a change order for all 3 buildings to have a complete tear-off of the half-inch plywood and replacement of 5/8 per architectural specifications. That change order is in the amount of $12,000. And then I'm not sure where my facility manager is. I was going to have Patrick give you an update on phase 2. So weather permitting, phase 1 will be completed this weekend. And then further review of the materials that we're proposing to use for the sealing of the seal coat, we have determined that that has a lifespan of 7 to 10 years, and it makes a lot more sense to do that seal coating. We're going to pressure wash. It's a asphalt concrete material. We're going to pressure wash that, seal it, paint it and seal it, or seal it and paint it. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not sure where Patrick is. He was right here a minute ago. We are proposing to do that, which will ultimately end up saving the county literally hundreds of thousands of dollars rather than do a complete tear-off, or develop the bid specs to do a complete tear-off and replace. The only concern, and I will let Patrick come up and speak to that process, is where the pitch of the roof ends, there are flat areas. And we believe we are going to need to do some replacing of the downspouts and the fascias around those flat areas of the roofs. Patrick, can you talk a little bit more about phase 2, please?
I am very sorry.
Kill that.
Incredibly rude. Good afternoon, gentlemen. As far as the dog houses go, 2 of the 3 buildings are complete. Last weekend we finished Building D. This upcoming weekend we've got good weather, so Building A will be complete, which is finalizing phase 1. So phase 2 consists of the lower area, which I would call a tar and gravel application that you see below the asphalt shingle roofs that we're putting on now. There were a couple of ways to go about looking at that project, but from what I'm finding out now is we have a very high-end product on there now, which is called a Stockton type roof. So it's a lightweight concrete with gravel that's in the lightweight concrete, and over that is an epoxy coating. So these type roofs last literally as long as the building that is supporting all of this. So we have the opportunity, instead of doing a tear off, which is pretty typical at 50 years on a roof cycle, then all we have to do is mitigate any of the rot that we've had from prolonged lack of maintenance at the drains. So where the drains do occur, we have found a couple of areas that will need some remedial work, which it just means taking up the lightweight concrete product, getting down to the sub, putting down new sub, covering that, and then the secondary coat will go over the whole thing. So with the idea was that this is a 7 to 10 year roof, and the only reason that is because every 7 to 10 years that roof coating needs to be replaced just to continue the longevity of the roof. So it is a permanent fix, but it is shorter term than a 30-year comp that just sits there by itself for 30 years. This is a less expensive one coat application that needs to be done every 7 to 10 years to maintain the life of the roof. So phase 2 will be that application, and we will do some preliminary work before that time to find out where any rot needs to be done and any of the drains need to be tuned up to allow the water off the roof to the ground.
Supervisor Mills?
Any crickets up there?
Oh, there's a lot of squirrels. And,
No, I'm talking about crickets being the...
Yes, yeah, the davit bases.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Public Works had facilities, they actually did put in safety features up there. So they are currently in place, and they were done quite well, so they can just go right over those.
They're in good shape, and the
Yes.
scuppers are good too?
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Platt?
Yeah, you said that we had 5/8 and they replaced it with a half?
No,
Half, they replaced 5/8?
vice versa, yes.
Okay, so I've done jobs before, and I would go down, because it's half-inch structural, and I'd go to like a 5/8 CDX, but the half-inch structural will actually be stronger, so you could actually go back and replace that with half-inch structural and still meet your specs.
Yeah, unfortunately, the half-inch was not structural, and it was 30 years old, so we opted to, instead of replacing just the tail ends and then putting another layer of half-inch on top of that, that would have created the opportunity for moisture barrier between the two, so that's why we opted to go the better way of ripping off the non-structural half and putting down 5/8, and then that will take us through a full 30-year warranty.
Any other questions, comments? Any public comments, questions?
I was here the first time this was discussed, but I don't remember the numbers. What's the total amount that's been allocated, plus 12,000, and from what funding source do these monies come from?
I apologize, Mr. Chair, I didn't hear all of what Bonnie asked. Could you repeat, please?
Yeah, she asked, what's the total amount of this contract? And on top of that, it's 162, and on top of that, it's 12,000, makes it 174 at this point. And this money, it was part of our budget, and it's coming from CIP monies.
Correct.
Yeah, so
Certificates of participation, non-general fund dollars.
non-general fund, certificate of participation.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I'll close the public, come back and look for a motion, discussion, any more questions? Yeah, we have a resolution, so we'll need a motion to accept the resolution extending the emergency.
So moved.
So, a motion by Supervisor Mills.
I'll second it then.
Second by Supervisor Clapp. Call for a vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Moving on to item number 27, Clerk of the Board, appoint members, I'm sorry.
Item 27 is to appoint members to the Calaveras County Resource Conservation District. The Resource Conservation District was established in 2016, and this is the first round of term expirations. The Resource Conservation District, or RCD, has requested that the Board of Supervisors make the appointments as opposed to them going to an election. So we have a vacancy for a term expiring 11/30/2022 for a member-at-large 1. And we have a vacancy for a term expiring 11/30/2022, member-at-large 2. And we have 4 applications for these 2 positions. One is from Charles Sid Beckman. He is currently appointed to the RCD. Another is from Tim Johnson. Another is from Tom Sullivan, who is currently seated on the RCD. And the 4th is from Margaret Peggy Williams. So 2 applications would need, if you chose to appoint 2 to these 2 positions.
So we have a board discussion on preferences for 2 of the 4.
I do, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I would make a recommendation that we keep the incumbent, Mr. Beckman and Mr. Sullivan.
Any other board comments? No? Okay, so I'll open up to public.
Oh, I'm not done. Okay, so the next one.
Well, I thought we'd take them one at a time.
All right.
Okay, we'll do this one. And, no. Okay, let's go forward.
Okay, so the other is for 1 vacancy for a term expiring 11/30/2022 for a wastewater representative. You have 1 application from Robert Dean, who is currently seated on the RCD.
Okay. So, any other comments on that?
Mr. Chair, I would recommend we keep the incumbent, Mr. Dean.
Okay. With that being said, any public comments on either one of these? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board.
By the way, Mr. Dean has been active with the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin Authority for the RCD, so he does bring an additional piece to the table in that discussion.
So do I hear a motion for the 2 incumbents for the first part of it and the incumbent for the second?
I'll move the item, Mr. Chair.
A second.
Motion by Supervisor Oliveira, second by Supervisor Mills. Any other comments? Not, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes by 0. And Madam Clerk, you got that? Yes, okay. I was going to do, because we had 4 for the one, and it was, fine. Moving on to the final item on the regular agenda, supervisor announcements. Madam
Chair?
Clerk. Yes.
Before we move on to the supervisor announcements, there was one thing that I wanted to bring to the board's attention and to ask if the board would consider adding a non-agenda item. As you are aware, the Brown Act generally prohibits any action to be taken if it's not properly agendized. However, there are 3 specific situations in which the board can act on an item that is not on the agenda. And this has to do with the presidential declaration of tomorrow being a National Day of Mourning. Just for, one of 2 things. For Brown Act purposes, in order to add something that is not on the agenda, one of the 3 ways you can add an item that is not on the agenda is on a 2/3 vote of the board. You need to determine if there is a need for immediate action and that the need to take action came to the attention of the local agency subsequent to the agenda being posted. This exception does require a degree of urgency, and the item cannot be considered if staff knew or should have known about the issue before the agenda was posted. Before adding any item, the board would need to make 2 determinations. 1, that there is an immediate need to take action, and 2, that the need arose after the posting of the agenda. And then if the board does make those findings, the item is added to the agenda, the item can be discussed, and the board can take action. The reason that I am bringing this to this board's attention is, as you heard earlier, county offices we're going to be closed tomorrow based on the presidential declaration that tomorrow, December 5th, was a national day of mourning for the passing of President George H.W. Bush. Our county code specifies, I can pull it up just so there's clarification, and Section 2.64665, it lists all of the county holidays. And in subsection A11, it provides for any day appointed by the President of the United States or the governor of the state for a public fast, Thanksgiving, or holiday. Based on that code section, that is why HR moved forward with making the announcement earlier today. Subsequent to that, and as the meeting was progressing, it was brought to my attention that although our county code provides for that, our MOUs are actually contrary to our county code in that they also generally require the board's approval of identifying this declaration as a county holiday. And so because, one, we were not aware of this when the agenda was posted last week, it was just brought to our attention that the declaration was made yesterday. It was made on the 1st, but it was brought to staff's attention yesterday. And based on the, to be consistent with not only the county code, but also with the MOUs, I am asking that the board consider adding this to the agenda, making the specific findings under the Brown Act to add an item that is not otherwise agendized, so that you can then take action to identify tomorrow as a county holiday for purposes of being consistent with the presidential declaration.
We have board comments.
You looking for a motion?
Huh?
Looking for a motion?
Well, we're looking for a motion, yes, to first off add it to the agenda because it was an emergency and it came up after a posting of our agenda. So yes, I'm looking for a motion for that.
I would move that.
You would move that?
I'd second it.
We have a second of that. Is there any public comments before we go forward? Okay, so I have a motion and I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. With that being said, now it's on our agenda and we can bring it up and discuss it as to whether we would like to pass a motion saying that we are closed for mourning tomorrow, December 5th, observing a national holiday in honor of President Bush.
As the president has proclaimed.
Yes, as presidential. And it would be solely a one-day holiday, not a continuing December 5th item, just for one day tomorrow.
Mr. Chair, I have a question on the motion.
Sure.
Being it's a holiday, and referencing the MOUs, is that a paid holiday for our employees? I'd like to make that perfectly clear.
Yes, that is why the request is being made.
All right, thank you.
How does this affect the JPAs? Joint Powers Authorities. They're a function of government. Are they required to observe as well?
That is something that, because of the urgency of this, I have not looked into. The assumption being our county code is specific to county permanent employees.
Okay.
And I don't believe that any JPA would qualify within the county code for purposes of county permanent employees.
It's on them to do it.
And as it was pointed out, we're not employees. So.
Yeah. We're reminded of that constantly.
Okay, so I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Supervisor Clapp. Any public comments? If not, call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, now we'll go into announcements.
In compliance with AB 1234, Chapter does Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
We'll start with Supervisor Clapp.
Well, I hope I'm still going to the chamber meeting tomorrow morning, since we just maybe canceled it. And I have an area 12 Friday that I have nothing to report out that you guys cost you a dime.
Supervisor Mills.
Attended the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin Authority on the 14th. On the 15th, there seems to be some movement afoot from Metropolitan Water District, and I did go to Sacramento to talk to them, along with Aqua and the Mountain Counties Water and U.S. Forest Service, about establishing their own legislative presentation here in the next session. I know SPI has also been involved in this discussion, and they felt that it was an opportunity for them to feel, rather than be at the mercy of the water board or be at the mercy of whoever is trying to control as an authority, that they would have the opportunity here to, in essence, create their own destiny and decide their own policy. What they could do is best, that they know how to do it. Also, Mary Pitto is retiring from RCRC, and that will be on the 6th. And I will be attending that. And on the 14th, I have a meeting with Congressman McClintock on Lake Tulloch. And there is a desire from Tuolumne County to get some kind of a cooperative agreement between the two counties for Lake Tulloch, so that we can kind of be on the same page as far as policy is concerned. And I'll keep you informed on how that goes.
Okay. Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After enjoying a good holiday Thanksgiving dinner with the family, I proceeded to San Diego to attend the CSAC General Conference for 2018. While there, I attended a number of workshops. More importantly was the workshop that we spoke about today regarding the homeless situation statewide. I did hear comments regarding the involvement of CSAC and other government agencies, and I can assure you that that is a top priority with the 58 counties in the state of California. I was able to learn through that workshop the cooperation on a state level with the funding available and trickling down, if you will, to the counties. Our county representation, of course, didn't meet the extent and the funding that we have in our larger suburban and urban counties, but I must say through the Rural Caucus, we did have a voice, and we are getting funding for that problem. The funding will be proportioned as far as the problems in our counties versus the larger counties, but we are getting help from the state. I attended other workshops, and one of the more important workshops, which I found to be a prime example of what's happened here in Calaveras County, and that's the issue of we are beating each other over the head. We talked about party lines. We talked about issues that are being discussed and a variety of issues. They had a very good presentation at the general session by a professor from Stanford that really laid out exactly what's been happening over the last 4 to 6 years in our country and right here in Calaveras County. I walked away from that workshop with a different view of things. And I guess the best thing that I can bring forth to this county is we need to start talking with each other. Instead of putting on the blinders, instead of taking care of our own agendas, if you will, we need to start realizing that we are doomed unless we start putting down some honest effort to sit and talk with each other. Unfortunately, I won't be part of that program, but I leave you with that thought. I'm not trying to change your minds. You need to talk to each other. And that means everybody. This board, our constituents, our department heads. We need to make a concentrated effort to make this program work, because without that effort, it's not going to work. I also attended general sessions, the CSAC election of officers. I'm very proud. I also had the opportunity to attend the installation of our Madam Clerk, Diane, and the Clerks Association. Thank you for the invite. I will say that that was my last meeting for CSAC. And I would hope that this board and the new board make a very, very concentrated effort to maintain the representation of CSAC. You have to attend those meetings, and you have to be part of that discussion. Because if not, then you aren't doing your job, and this county will fail. Keep those relationships. I would hope that someone would be the active representative of NACO. We've made great strides just by being there at those events, and I know that's expensive to belong to those organizations. But you have to have that voice. You have to have that voice. If we're going to get along, you better be there. And you better be there talking and listening. So, thank you for the opportunity to attend. That's all I have.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Well, I do not have any travel budget, so I did not attend the CSAC meeting, although I agree with Supervisor Oliveira. It is important that we do there. We're going to have to revisit this in the next budget because I think we're going to miss out on stuff where we should be participating. But so no, I didn't cost anybody any money the last couple weeks, and that's my report.
Well, I was kind of beat to the punch when it came to my announcement. I was going to bring up the fact that the emergency ordinance or resolution that we'd passed, but I was kind of beat to the punch there a little bit. That's okay. I just want to remind everybody that we are closed tomorrow. The county will be closed tomorrow. It will be a paid holiday for the employees. And Dennis brought up a point about JPAs because we are going to have a COG meeting tomorrow. We have a scheduled COG meeting at 5:30 here in these chambers. And I think he was alluding to the fact as to apply to the JPAs. And I did talk to Amber Collins, and she, in fact, did verify that we will have a meeting tomorrow at 5:30.
Before we move on to staff, one thing to bring back to the discussion here, and it alludes to what these two gentlemen had just said, is that who would have thought that the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California would be talking to the Mountain Counties Water Association and also discussing the Bay Delta Plan and their part of this in a rational, civil way. That doesn't mean it's a us versus them, that they suddenly realize that they have a role to play in the source counties and the water that comes from here. That is the steps that have been taken since June, and I hope that this board will continue to push forward in those decisions and be a participant in them.
All right, moving on to staff. CAO, Mr. Lutz.
I would just add, piggybacking on the office closures, after the board took action, I 3 minutes ago sent out a press release to media outlets to hopefully also get the word out for people trying to come to the office tomorrow for general services. Obviously, essential services will continue to operate, including our sheriff's department, snow removal crews if we have snow up country, as will the solid waste, both the waste facility and the transfer stations will still be operating.
Thank you for clarifying that. County Council? Nothing? Madam Clerk, your light is on.
So I also wanted to report that I attended the CSAC conference last week in San Diego and attended the California Clerk of the Board of Supervisors Association meeting tracks. We had several workshops that were focused around people, process, and technology. There was a lot of great ideas there and a lot of great networking with clerks with similar challenges. I also wanted to say that I wanted to thank Supervisor Oliveira and his wife and Krista Von Lotta from the administrative office for attending the installation of officers where I was installed as secretary, and I'm very proud to represent Calaveras County.
Very nice. Great. With that, our meeting is over. We are adjourned.
You lower the flag tomorrow, maybe? That would be a good.
Tony, I think it's got to be, I think it's lowered for I think they declared it for 30 days or something like that. 30 days. 30 days.